for the visiting Auckland Tuatara, and leading off.
Well, good evening and welcome to MIT Ballpark in Canberra for the final home game for the season for the Canberra Cavalry. And what an appetising night of baseball there is ahead of us. We'll talk about this in the next few minutes. We'll talk about some scenarios because there are multiple playoff scenarios on the way. And we'll also have a look at how things are going to go in this baseball game tonight. My name is Chris Coleman. Alongside me once again for Cavalry Live, Warwick Petherbridge. Warwick, good evening to you.
Thank you, Chris. Crucial game tonight.
I'm nervous tonight. I'm really nervous. I'm worse than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs, my friend. I really am so keyed up about this game tonight. The Canberra Cavalry have not been above 500
since game 2.
Yeah, that was months ago. And now with 5 games left in the regular season, they can go above 500 again tonight and just about put a qualifying spot to bed for the postseason. Just about with a win tonight.
Oh, you were talking to me the other night about not jinxing things.
That's what I'm saying, just about.
I like it. Give yourself some wiggle room.
Always, my friend, always.
Once again, this Cavalry lineup looking to get the job done. They were outstanding last night.
So the Canberra Cavalry about to make their way out. So perhaps let's have a look at how they'll be going in fielding positions for this evening.
Big Frank Gailey on his second start for the season. He'll be on the hill. Throwing to Robbie Perkins. And then Zach Wilson at first. Cam Warner, he is at second. Kelvin Melian at shortstop. Lee Mills tonight, he gets the job in the third base disco. Kyle Perkins is out at left field. Robbie Podolski in centre field. And Tucker Nathans will play right tonight for the Canberra Cavalry. For the Auckland Tuatara in batting order, it will be Yoni Hernandez to lead off, bringing an average of 2.54. Johnny Homza will follow him with an average of 2.94. Jared Walker is next cab off the rank in the 3-hole. Walker, rather. And he is coming in with an average of 3.40. He's been one of the shining lights for this Auckland Tuatara side this season. Then followed by Won Seok Kim in the clean-up role. Andrew Mark bats 5. Josh McAdams 6. Daniel Lamb Hunt at 7. Baz Noy is the catcher tonight and is batting 8. And rounding things off at the bottom of the order, it will be Kent Blackstone. And just for the sake of completeness, on the mound, a man we know very, very well. We've seen him here in Canberra previously. I've spent plenty of time in the commentary box with him. He was here last year in the commentary box when he was here.
He's a good man. And we do wish him all the best tonight. Josh Colmenter, the man on the mound for the Auckland Tuatara this evening. And we do wish him and indeed every player well tonight. As you saw earlier, Canberra sitting 1.5 games behind the Tuatara this evening. Canberra win tonight. They go into next week with 4 games
in Sydney.
While the Tuatara have 4 games in Brisbane, and there could be potentially 4 games in Auckland. There could be potentially half a game between them going into next week. We'll talk about scenarios over the next few weeks, but basically Auckland and Canberra are currently in post-season berth spots. Brisbane are still nipping at Canberra's heels. Sydney are in all sorts of trouble, but not entirely out of the equation yet. And then on the other side, well, you've got Adelaide, you've got Perth, you've got Melbourne. They'll probably go, all 3 of those sides will probably go in. And Geelong Korea, the only side we can say are out of post-season contention at the moment, was.
But one with a walk-off grand slam today in the 10th inning.
Nice way to finish things off for them at home after what's been a pretty testing second season in the ABL for the Geelong Korea team. So the Cavalry coming out.
Well, the danger man tonight, I believe, for the Tuatara, Won Seok Kim. 2 home runs last night. A home run Friday night. He certainly likes hitting here. And of course, Canberra. Couple of changes. David Candle is having the night off tonight.
I don't know how well Candy handled being told that he was getting the night off tonight. We saw him in the batting cages, and he'd been there for, what do you reckon, 45 minutes?
Hey, you know what though? If you're not playing, you just get the reps in, get the work done. Candy's the ultimate professional.
And the balls that were going off the tees in the batting cages were certainly feeling it.
I think the Dare Ice coffee sign out in left centre, Chris, is thankful that Candy is on the bench tonight, because I reckon he would have. Some of those were just going dead straight like a laser.
Absolutely. Frank Gailey on the mound tonight, by the way.
Chris, as you can see, the members, the Canberra Cavalry members, out forming a guard of honour tonight for the regular season home finale.
And Frank Gailey was the man coming out in the number 33. Not his old number 8. Tucker Nathan's commandeered that this season. But Frank Gailey comes in with a history for the Cavalry, 9-2 win-loss and a 2.5 ERA as we pause for the national anthems of New Zealand and Australia.
Okay, Canberra fans, can you please be upstanding and remove your hats? Firstly, for the playing of the national anthem of New Zealand. Please remain upstanding for the Australian national anthem.
The national anthems of New Zealand and Australia, and all in readiness for game 36 of the regular season for the Canberra Cavalry, the home side, and the visitors, the Auckland Tuatara. And eagle eyes up here in the commentary box from Warwick Petherbridge, noting a possible late change to the lineup here for the Cavalry was.
Well, I just noticed, Chris, during the national anthems, and you can see him fielding the position at first base when our camera pans over there. Chucky Robinson is the man at first, so I'm wondering if that's just a straight swap, if Robinson is going to play first and Wilson will DH. But definitely on our lineup, we had Wilson at first and Robinson DHing tonight.
I'm just literally going back to the lineup.
That was handwritten by
There we go. That was handwritten by the manager. Yep, so that is a very late change. Chucky Robinson moving in to play first base, and Zach Wilson, by the looks of things, let's assume nothing at this stage.
We'll just keep an eye on the situation and see who comes out.
And it may mean that Robinson may bat 4 and Wilson may bat 5, or someone else may bat 5.
No, it'd just be if there was a late twinge, or if Wilson just wasn't feeling it, they just might have done the straight swap, let the manager know at the time. At the manager's meeting, there's been a change to the lineup, just a position change.
Anyway, we'll find out. We'll find out.
So this top third of the Tuatara lineup has been critical for them the last two nights. Hernandez, Homza, Walker to get on base, and then, of course, Wonsiok Kim. 3 home runs in the last 2 nights. One of the biggest I've ever seen last night. Robbie Perkins on the first one. He didn't even take a step towards the wall. He just turned and looked and went, watched it go.
Yep.
And then the second one in the 9th off Steve Kent was nearly as big.
Yeah, the one that went over Robbie Perkins, who was playing out in left field last night, I was watching from general spectator area, and the initial thought there was, oh, he hit it straight down the throat of Perkins, and then we realised, no, Perkins is just watching this go over about 3/4 of the way to the edge of the atmosphere. It went a long way. First pitch comes. Hernandez takes it. Gailey, a little bit high on the first. 1 ball, no strikes on tonight. Frank Gailey, by the way, wanted to play, realising now playing into the year 2020, means that he's now played pro ball in 3 decades, having started his career in 2007. So the wily veteran for the Canberra Cavalry, and he finds the sweet spot, levels the count 1-1 on Hernandez. A man who loves it here and is now a permanent resident of Canberra. I'm not sure if he's actually got permanent residency for Australia yet, but that's next on the list. Fly ball popped up underneath it. Here's Robinson. Catch easily taken. 1 up, 1 down. Good start for the Cavalry, Warwick Petherbridge.
Great start. Yoni Hernandez has been very critical getting on base. Johnny Homza. Homza last night, 1 for 3. Also had a walk ground into a double play though, an inning-ending double play at the time. See what he's got against Gailey. The umpires tonight, Trent Thomas is at home plate, Riley Barrington at first and Connor Casey at third. As we are taking in the rarest of the rare occasions, Sunday night baseball in the nation's capital. Here's the first pitch from Gailey, and that is on the outside for ball 1.
Almost brings just a little bit of Major League Baseball flavour to the ABL, doesn't it? Australia's game, the national game, the one and only game being played on the Sunday night under the bright lights. It's fantastic.
Here's the 1-0 from Gailey. And that is right there for a called strike 1. 1-1. So it might be as well. Canberra just maybe looking to rest a couple of guys tonight. Wilson has done a lot of work at first this season. Keep him fresh next week for Sydney. Here's the 1-1. Fouled off by Hamza. As you alluded to, Chris, critical series in both divisions. Of course, the Bandits, they head to face the Tuatara in Auckland, and I bet you, I know they enjoy playing here, but I bet you they'll be glad to get back home after 2 weeks on the road. And of course, the Canberra Cavalry travel up the road for the Hume Highway Cup rematch in Sydney against the Blue Sox. Here's the 1-2 from Gailey. Along the ground of the third baseman, Mills. He gets it on the 2-hop, comes up throwing to Robinson, and that is a beautiful 5-3 out. I actually saw Lee Mills after Canberra's batting practice, and he was out there for a good 15-20 minutes, Chris, just because he's also in a role as an assistant coach here, so he hasn't been... He's more throwing batting practice, but he was out for a good 20 minutes. Just Ward was hitting balls at him at third base just so he could get the layout of the land. And it paid off there.
I think it's only at the third game that Mills has played in for the Cavalry this season. As you said, on the books, largely as an assistant coach, but keeping him eligible as a local player. Yeah, just the 2 games, and only 4 plate appearances. So I suspect that one of those, if not both of those games, he came off the bench. As we see Jared Walker coming in to bat, man with a 340 average, highest numbers in the Tuatara lineup in terms of batting average tonight, and already behind in the strike in the count. 1 ball, no strikes.
He's ahead, mate.
He's ahead.
And now he's ahead 2-0.
Gailey behind in the count, now 2-0. That's what I'm looking to say. We'll get the mouth working at some stage.
That's all right, mate. You just got to catch up. You've had a night off. You just got to get back to the speed of it. But Walker last night, 1 for 3. Also had a sacrifice fly that scored an RBI for the Tuatara in the first. Gailey set. Here comes the 2-0. And that is right along the inside corner. Count is 2 balls, 1 strike. So as you said, we'll get into it in the next inning. Lots of playoff scenarios. But we don't want to get too far ahead. Here's the 2-1 from Gailey, and that's fouled back to the screen.
Well, it's really simple for Canberra. It's very simple for Canberra. In fact, it's very simple for Auckland as well.
Just keep winning?
Exactly, yeah. If you keep winning, you're in the finals. It's that simple.
And that's the thing. And you'd almost say there's a new belief. I mean, it wasn't that they never stopped believing, but from 4-11 to now it's 17.5, and a playoff berth in their own hands. This Cavalry lineup is all over it, and here's the 2-2 from Gailey that misses low. Count is full.
Our first full count of the evening. Jared Walker. Dangerous man to have to give something to hit.
Payoff pitch along the ground. Warner tracks, but it's not going to get there into shallow centre for a base hit. As Podolski fields, and with 2 out, the Tuatara have their first base runner. And this will bring up the man, Won Seok Kim. Last night, 2 for 4, with 2 home runs and 2 deep flies to centre field.
I'm trying to work out why the Star Wars theme for Kim.
I would have thought maybe the Galactic Empire.
Yes, the Darth Vader's march perhaps would have been more appropriate. He's played the villain here.
Here's the pitch from Gailey. And that one misses for ball 1. The Imperial Death March.
Can also, he was also involved in a sizable bat flip last night.
That's the polite way to put it, Chris. Gailey checks Walker at first. He comes set. Here's the pitch. Right along the outside. He loves that edge. Frank Gailey outside to the right-handers, inside to the left-handers. Good work, Chris Thun. Chris is doing the Karate Kid of trying to catch a mosquito with his bare hands in our commentary box.
They've invaded tonight. They were in other parts of the ballpark the other night.
Walker goes. Here's the throw from Perkins.
Trouble.
Over to Warner, and he will be there safely. Stolen base for Jared Walker. And the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. It's like the Florida Marsh, the amount of mosquitoes in our commentary position tonight. 2-1 is the count on Won Seok Kim. Jared Walker with the stolen base. Great throw by Perkins, but Walker just had a great jump. Here's the 2-1. Inside and misses, and the count is 3 balls and 1 strike. As you said, Big Frank Gailey's second appearance this season since returning into Cavalry colours. Pitched 4 innings last week? Week before. No, week before.
Week before had a minor injury, so didn't pitch last week.
That's right. So 3-1 is the count.
Needs to be on the roster next week and take an active part next week to be eligible to play in the postseason.
I'm sure he'll be fine. 3-1 is the count on Won Seok Kim. Walker at second. Gailey checks. Here's the pitch. Swung through and missed on the outside. The count is now full. Here's the payoff pitch from Gailey. Swung through and missed for strike 3. Gets his man. The Tuatara get a base runner on, but not before Frank Gailey does what Frank Gailey does best and strike out hitters. And for the first time in 3 nights, the Tuatara do not score in the top of the first, Chris Coleman.
Well, that's what the Canberra Cavalry will be after. They'll be looking for a good start and to continue the momentum. They've really had some phenomenal momentum in the past couple of weeks. As you mentioned, what was it? It was from 4-11. They've gone from 4-11 to 17.5, 17.5. So take out the 2.5 in there for washout games.
They'd still be 15 and 15.
Yeah, it's they've gone 4-11 and then gone 11-4.
Exactly. Well, if you think about it, Chris, they won their first 2 games, so they essentially went 2-11.
Win 2, go 2-11, and then go 11-4.
And
baseball's a funny old game, isn't it?
Well, this batting lineup, Chris, leads the league in batting average.
We should probably, on that note, have a look at the Canberra Cavalry batting lineup for this evening. And to lead off, the man who made an immediate impression in his first home game on Thursday night, hit the walk-off single to win the game with an RBI, Robbie Podolski. Batting 292, Cam Warner next at 333, then Tucker Nathan's 291, and we assume it will still be Zach Wilson batting in the 4-hole. We'll confirm that for you when we get that far down the list. Followed by Chucky Robinson, Robbie Perkins, Kyle Perkins, Lee Mills and Kelvin Melian. And yeah, on the bump for the Auckland Tuatara, Josh Colmenter. This season for the Tuatara comes in with a 2-1 win-loss record, a 3.09 ERA, 35 innings pitched, 31 strikeouts and 17 hits off the pitching of Josh Colmenter so far this season.
So, I'm sorry, did you go around the Tuatara lineup?
I didn't. I was waiting.
That's what you're looking at me funny for.
That's what I was looking at you funny. I've done my bit.
Colmenter to Basnoy. Jared Walker, he's at first. Kent Blackstone at second. Johnny Homser at third. Of course, Yoni Hernandez is the shortstop. Tonight, Josh McAdams is the left fielder. Won Seok Kim is in centre field. And Andrew Mark is the right fielder for the Auckland Tuatara, as here is the first pitch from Colmenter. And that is right there for a called strike one. This
really unusual pitching action of Josh Colmenter. For a lot of cricket fans, you'll see how it's sort of half baseball, half cricket. The arm comes back, then up and over, almost cricket style. I've asked him about it. He said it's just how he learnt to pitch.
As Podolski swings and misses on the outside.
A lot of batters have trouble with it because the ball comes from such an unusual angle. It comes from very high up. Reminiscent of some of the really tall pitchers we've seen in this league. The late Luke Van Mel. Man, I was actually exchanging some notes with on Facebook very late last night. Former Cavalry pitcher John Holdscombe, rather.
Here's the 2-2 from Colmenter. Podolski fouls it off on the outside, and we'll go again.
And batters, it's so difficult because you're not used to the ball coming from way up high, and it really comes down on you.
I don't also think, Chris, it's not only the release point, but look at how Colmenter uses the top half of his body. He's literally throwing inside out as he comes over, and that's high and inside.
Explain that a little for people who perhaps don't quite get what you're referring to. Actually, take it through it if we can. We'll go through with it on the screen here. So
as you watch as he comes forward, the shoulder comes up over the ear, and the ball comes out towards the back of the hand as Hernandez comes up throwing on the infield hit. And the first out on the 6-3. You're essentially right, Chris. It's more of for Australian fans, a cricket bowling action where he's coming straight over the top. But at the same time, he's got his shoulder and his bicep very close to his ear on his pitching hand. And it's almost throwing out of the back of the hand as he comes down.
It's very hard for a batter to pick up what he's doing with his fingers in there as well.
Here's Cam Warner.
High and outside.
Warner, as you said, batting .333, 4 RBIs last night. Here's the 1-0. Warner pops up. Colmenter underneath it. Walker coming through. Everybody's looking at someone. Walker takes the catch.
Oh, geez, I was getting a flashback to Thursday night where there was a pop-up to a very similar position. The pitcher came down off the mound, walked out of the way. Walker came down from first base, said, mine, oh dear. And it went into the glove and out of the glove and onto the turf. And I'm just trying to think who the batter was. That's why it was the flashback, because it was actually Cam Warner who got on base in almost an identical situation to that, but history hasn't repeated itself. Walker's taken it all and wrapped it all up.
There was one behind first base last night, and Walker got out of the way. He thought Blackstone called him off, and they just both left it. Here's Nathans. Takes a called strike one.
Taking Nathans, the left-hander, averaging 291.
Nathans last night, 1 for 4. If you notice, the right side of the infield has that shift on for him as he swings through and misses. Hit two to Kent Blackstone last night and hit one straight at Walker, as you can see. 2 steps inside the line at first base.
It's the partial shift. They haven't gone the full shift. The shortstop's still in the regulation shortstop position.
Probably a little bit deeper on the edge of the outfield grass, Chris, and closer to the bag.
And not just us having problems with mosquitoes, as we see umpire Trent Thomas swat a couple away and call time.
It's probably the generic position to the left-hander, but here's the pitch from Colmenter. Nathan swings foul down the first base line. Still 0-2.
Well, we have the great variety of socks going on here tonight for the Canberra Cavalry. I mention this because Tucker Nathans is in there. He's got the black socks on and up to the knees. I'm not sure who's the first base coach this evening, but he's got the bright orange socks on. And down the third base line, Keith Ward has the socks, but the pants are in the more regular outside the sock position. So it's sock variety night, sock variety Sunday here at MIT Ballpark.
Here's the 1-2 from Cole Mennett and Athens. He fouls it off. I call, and depending on your generation, we call what Nathans is wearing as the chipper after Atlanta Braves great third baseman Chipper Jones. Here's the 1-2 again. Half power bunt check thing by Nathans, flicks it to Blackstone at Blackstone, and he just flips it over to Walker for the out. So that concludes the first inning here at MIT Ballpark. It is still scoreless here on Cavalry Live.
This is how we gonna do it.
Behind these doors, people are home. Resting. Settling in. Laughing. These are more than just hotel rooms. They are spaces for living. It's a home away from home. Your own abode.
We are back for the top of the second here at MIT Ballpark on Cavalry Live. Warwick Pethybridge, Chris Coleman with you. Andrew Mark is the hitter in the box for the Tuatara. On the inside for Frank Gailey, strike one.
Gailey certainly looking as though he's got into his groove. Wind, by the way, blowing across, blowing into the face of Mark as he swings through on the off-speed from Gailey, and probably regretting the decision. You could see him sort of trying to change his mind halfway through as he completed the swing in a half-hearted fashion. And then he gets the next one as Frank Gailey goes low and away, 1-2. The wind quite sizable tonight, blowing straight across the diamond from first to third.
Misses again on the outside. Now 2-2 on the right fielder mark. Gailey set. Right in there for a called strike three. Andrew Mark looks at Trent Thomas, but mate, that's all you can do is have a look, mate.
You've got your bearings and you know where to go next time. Out comes McAdams. Josh McAdams.
Mate, there's a watching gallery down at the Australian Mint about 7 k's down the road. You don't watch those ones, mate.
You can go there, you can see the gigantic coin-carrying robot Titan. I'll tell you about that in a second. It's great to watch.
Josh McAdams is in and he pops up centre field. Podorski, he's just taking his time. He's right there and takes the catch comfortably for the second out. And this is what Frank Gailey needs, Chris, is quick innings.
Yep.
Not getting bogged down in counts, just getting in, getting out. Daniel Lamb Hunt, the DH, he didn't play last night. Played Friday though.
It must be movie night for the visiting side walk-up songs, because that's the theme from Rocky.
We've had Star Wars.
We have. I haven't been paying much attention to the other ones. But yeah, so at the Royal Australian Mint, they've got this robot that moves coins around, 44-gallon drums full of coin blanks.
Here's the first pitch to Lamb Hunt. Misses high, yes.
So if you can imagine how much a drum that size would weigh when it's full of coins, and this thing, it just picks them up, spins them around, empties them into machines.
Gailey pitches, misses outside.
And have it set up so you can go and you can watch, and the kids love watching it. And on the weekends when the mint's not working, it moves every couple of minutes so that the metal in it doesn't fuse together, and it keeps the lubricant all over the joints. So there you go. Canberra tourism for this afternoon, or for this evening. 2-0 the pitch. Count and make that 3-0.
Small crowd, but a good crowd here for Sunday baseball in the capital. Of course, as here's the 3-0 from Gailey. And that one's there for a called strike. 3-1.
We've had great crowds here across the first 3 games. Just shy of 1,500 here last night. I think it was about 1,250 on Friday night for Pride night. And given the abysmal weather that was about an hour and a half before the game as Lamb Hutt swings through on Thursday night, I think we were still very close to 1,000 on Thursday night after an arc-building rainstorm about an hour and a half before the first pitch. So I think plenty of people may have got their baseball fix already, but there'd still be 700 or so here this evening, I'd reckon, early.
Here's the payoff. Fouled back. Count remains full.
And it is the final home game of the season, of the regular season for the Canberra Cavalry, with the potential for post-season baseball to come.
Swung through and missed. Gets the strikeout, retires the side in order. Strikeout number 3 for Frank Gailey through 2 innings. We are midway through the second inning, and it is still 0-0 here on Cavalry Live.
The Subaru 2019 plate clearance is on right now. Drive away in the Forester 2.5i with symmetrical all-wheel drive, now from $38,490. Plus get 2 years limited kilometre free scheduled servicing, but only for a limited time.
It's the festive holiday season. Make sure your car is ready to go the distance this summer. Give us a call to book in your pre-holiday safety inspection on 1300 727 320 at MIT Automotive in Fyshwick.
Bottom of the second inning here at MIT Ballpark, about to get underway. No score as yet. Sunday night baseball, week 9 of the ABL season. And the Canberra Cavalry looking to close a 1.5 game deficit over their opponents to half a game with 1 week left in the season. Also looking to stretch a half a game lead over the Brisbane Bandits, who are currently 3rd in the division, to a 1.5 game advantage. Again, 4 games left to be played next weekend. Brisbane playing in Auckland, Canberra playing in Sydney. And there are equations and magic numbers are a bit hard to come up with, because of the half games that are in there.
I could give you some magic numbers, Chris. I'm not sure if they'd be correct, but so it is Zach Wilson. So obviously the switch was made before the lineups were official at home plate. Thank you, Alicia. I had forgotten about that. Our friend watching in Minnesota. And so obviously the positional change was made before the lineups were handed over. Wilson leading this team in home runs, extra base hits, batting average. Curve, strike 1. Last night, Wilson, he was 1 for 4 with a double. And he fouls that.
30 games, 43 hits, 7 home runs, 23 RBIs for Zach Wilson coming into tonight.
I think it's pretty much nearly every offensive category he leads in. 368. But is down 0-2 here to Colmenter. And here's the pitch. High and inside for ball 1.
We don't have a stat for the length of at-bats, but I suspect that Zach Wilson will probably have the longest at-bats for the Cavalry as he drills this. We'll be getting through the gap. No, it won't. Picked up by Hernandez. And the play completed by Walker at first. And the first inning started with a 6-3 ground out. The second inning starts with a 6-3 ground out. Wilson, I think he got that fairly close to the end of the bat, as he was just holding it out more at the end of the swing. Didn't get the full power on it. Hernandez had it well covered. Having said that, if it had clipped the mound, it could have been interesting. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, didn't. In comes Chucky Robinson.
Swings and misses for strike one. Robinson 2 for 4 last night in the... Robinson batting 233. Here's the pitch from Coleman, and that's outside for ball one. 1-1.
20 hits from 86 at-bats for Robinson for the season.
Also has 7 walks in there. OBP of 313. Very good. Here's the 1-1 offering from Colementer. He's popped that foul just over the Tuatara dugout and into the Grease Monkeys line.
One of the spectators waiting in the queue to order their Grease Monkey burger, surprised by the foul ball there. Taken aback a little, and it wound up going to somebody else who has it there as a souvenir. 1-2 the count.
Foul, and we'll do it again. And this is what Robinson's been doing in the last couple of series. Getting longer at bats. Making pitches work harder, whereas earlier in the season, he was hitting a lot of fly-outs, ground-outs, first pitch, second pitch. Really taking his time in the box this year.
I think he's really matured as a hitter this season.
As he fouls another one off. He's after Colementer. 1-2 is still the count.
I was going to say, for many pitchers, it's frustrating when they see a batter getting foul, just enough on it to send the ball foul and send the ball foul and send the ball foul. For Josh Colementer, I don't think it'd worry him in the slightest.
Here's the 1-2 again. Robinson, foul again. I think that's bounced behind us.
Well and truly.
And thankfully, there are no kids slamming through the hole in the fence at Snake Gully. It was about 20 last night. 1-2 is the count on Chucky Robinson. Colementer set. Here's the delivery. And that misses outside for 2-2.
So what's that? That'll be the 6th pitch of this at-bat? 6th or 7th?
6. I have 6 on my line.
I think 6. I think you're right.
Here we go again. Robinson lines that foul down the third base side.
Flared away, but it was outside third base before it reached the bag, so foul ball.
This is what I was talking about, Chris. Before Christmas, when we started, you weren't seeing this. This is great hitting from Robinson. I mean, he might not win the battle, but he's going to let Colementer know that he's got to earn it.
I did say it wouldn't frustrate Colementer, but what it will do, what it has done now, is it means that his pitch count is now starting to climb here in the second.
As he pops that's going to land for a base hit in shallow right field. That's what we're talking about, Chris Coleman. Fight it off, fight it off, fight it off. See a pitch that you like. And he didn't get all of it, but he got enough on it to take the win for that round. Round 1 goes to Robinson.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if we get, what happens in round 2, and if we indeed do get a round 3. But the Cavs get their first runner on base. And to be followed now by a man who is in just such startling form at the moment. He really is having a career season.
337, 28 hits, 10 RBIs, 10 walks as well for Robbie Perkins. He's been very patient in the batter's box this year as well. Here we go. That's low and in the dirt away from Noy. It goes all the way to the back net. Robinson hits second, has a look but won't advance to third. And all of a sudden, Canberra have their first runner in scoring position.
That'll go down in the books for mine as a wild pitch.
Oh, that's definitely a wild pitch. And this is what hurt the Tuatara last night, Chris. I know that you were here, but you had the night off. The first 2 Cavalry runs were scored on Tuatara wild pitches. (1-0). Oh. Hello. So, Robinson leads away from second. That one's in the dirt again, but well kept in front by Baz Noy.
I think the Cavalry, having won 3 in a row, are looking now for a statement game.
Well, they haven't had a sweep all year, but at the same time, I don't think they've been swept either. And I know the Tuatara haven't. 2-0 as he looks at Robinson. Here's the pitch from Colementer. Perkins pops it up. That's heading towards the right field side. The right fielder underneath it takes the catch, and there is no tag and go. It was a great catch by Mark.
But what I mean by looking for the statement game is that Canberra will be thinking potentially, just that if the postseason goes according to the current seedings, then Canberra go into the wildcard game, but they could wind up facing the Tuatara in a championship series.
Now you're reaching. I know it's early.
No, well, they wind up on opposite sides of the draw.
I know what you're saying. That's the only way they meet again.
So it's really a case of, right, let's put the foot on the throat here and say, if we do meet again, you're up against a side that you are going to struggle against. As Carl Perkins is in, Carl Perkins, average of 253 for the season, but he has gone for so many long bombs this year.
Second only to Zach Wilson.
And so many long bombs across his career as the Canberra Cavalry all-time home run leader.
AKA the orange helmet. Here's the 0-1 to Perkins. That's high and outside for ball one. Evens the count.
1-1 the count now, yes.
So, Perkins, he was 1 for 3 last night with an infield single and a walk. Back-to-back infield singles by Robbie and Kyle, and that sparked the Cavalry offences. Here's the 1-1. Hit along the ground, 2 hops towards Hernandez. He comes up and throws over to Walker. That retires the side. So the Cavalry get their first base runner, but they can't do anything with it. After 2, it is still 0-0 here at MIT Ballpark.
Hurry up with that thing. Have you tried the grey cake?
Yeah, I've tried it all.
So who are you backing in this game?
With their three-point shooting.
Guys, relax. I got this.
Don't want to miss a second of the action this season? With Tabs Basketball Live Vision, you can stream games and access exclusive previews for free, anytime, anywhere.
Whoa, don't splash the box. Yeah, don't splash the box.
Who are you backing this NBA season? Tab. Download the app today.
It's the festive holiday season. Make sure your car is ready to go the distance this summer. Give us a call to book in your pre-holiday safety inspection on 1300 727 320 at MIT Automotive in Fyshwick.
Back here for the top of the third at MIT Ballpark. Still no score here on Sunday Night Baseball in the nation's capital. The Tuatara, Baz Noy, Kent Blackstone, Yoni Hernandez, they will be the first 3. Frank Gailey has only allowed the 1 base runner. He's found a bit of a rhythm. Don't sing it.
Never in a million years.
Oh,
never in a million years.
I do like. Have you seen the Twitter account where they do the great sporting moments to the Titanic song? That's brilliant.
Everything looks better to the Titanic the Titanic theme.
That's it.
Yep. Does the Hellfire website still exist? The one that used to put you could just say put the Benny Hill music to this video.
I don't know.
I've got plenty of baseball videos that would work with that. That's a story for another time. Sebastian Noy, Baz Noy, interface Gailey takes the first pitch. Gailey, well, that is just pure Frank Gailey, straight down the pipe, strike 1.
Here's the 0-1 from Gailey. As that just misses on the outside, evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. So that wind is still quite strong, as Chris said, going from first to third. As that one's missed as well, and it is now 2 balls and 1 strike. Both sides looking for an advantage as Noy swings through and misses. 2-2. Gailey with the 2-2. Here's the delivery. Misses on the outside and the count is full. Geelong Korea today with the walk-off win against Perth. I believe they were down 6-2 and then came home on a wet sail. As here's the payoff pitch. And that misses for ball 4.
That's one thing about Geelong this season. They've scored a lot of runs late.
And they seem to like playing Sunday games. So, as Chris said, a big win to finish their home home games for the season. Melbourne beating Adelaide 2-1. And that keeps the race for the division lead a three-way hootenanny. But of course, Perth and Melbourne play next week. Blackstone tries to bunt, and that has ended up right in the grandstand, over the net, down and into the grandstand. Foul, strike one.
So that loss from Perth to Geelong today, what impact will that have on the season? Adelaide will now be 22-14. Melbourne 21-15. Perth 21-15.
Here's the 0-1 from Gailey. Inside, misses ball one. Well, I know that you've got the stats engine in front of you. I think you have to go back now and try and find what happened in the first series between Perth and Melbourne. In Melbourne, who holds the tiebreaker there? Because if it's 2-2 next week...
We'll worry about that next week, or we'll let someone else worry about that next week.
Oh, come on, we're with it. Here's the 1-1 from Gailey. Blackstone hits that towards left centre field in the gap. Kyle Perkins is there. Noy has to turn around and go back. And the throw comes in.
Great fielding from Kyle Perkins there. He read that. Read the flare was on it too, because that really did start to take a very sharp turn to the left and in towards Kyle Perkins. So Kyle doing a great job. And we're working through the Star Wars soundtrack album by the sounds of it.
That's Harry Potter.
Oh, was that Harry Potter?
Harry Potter.
Oh, it's all John Williams in the end. 17,000 Oscars for almost every movie he's ever done. Yoni Hernandez.
0 for 1.
You know the Harry Potter story's been lifted from Star Wars too, don't you? One strike. They're remarkably similar, the Luke Skywalker and the Harry Potter story.
I'm sure that the Luke Skywalker story was lifted from somewhere.
Probably.
James Dean, and if you take it back 30 generations, it was probably Monty Python and then the Bible. 0-1 is the count on Yoni Hernandez.
You may have gone a step too far there.
Oh, well, I just thought, it was the first story of... Is it the first story or the greatest story? I wasn't meaning it as an insult. It's just...
I don't think Monty Python actually wrote the Bible.
No, but I'm just going chronologically back. 1-1 is the count. Hernandez hits that in towards centre field. Podolski back and underneath it. He takes the catch as Noy tracks back again. And there are 2 out.
Well, Baz Noy getting his sprint training in this evening. Up and back, and up and back.
Pirates of the Caribbean, Chris. Gotta love it. I should do the rest. Should I do the rest of the game as Captain Jack Sparrow? Oh, just not with the voice, just with the hand movements.
I would rather you didn't. I would prefer you didn't.
Johnny Homza, who has transitioned this weekend for the Tuatara to third base after Josh Morgan going home. He was been catching for most of the season. Having a great weekend at third for the Tuatara. Here's the pitch from Gailey. Misses on the outside.
Perth and Melbourne went 2-2 in Melbourne. Heat won the last 2 games in Melbourne. I have a friend who was there who has sent me a text. Thank you, AJ. Greatly appreciated.
All right.
Asking you shall receive.
Okay.
So if they go 2-2, the tie-breaking procedures get messy. Hard hit, foul ball, third base side.
No, it's not, Chris. It's quite simple. There's a 2-man sack race on consecutive Sundays until a winner is crowned. And if that doesn't work, we just work on the old Survivor. You know the game Survivor? You just get one captain from the team and you put your hand in a sock and draw rocks. Whoever's got the white rock goes through. 1-1 is the count, as I'm just confusing Chris Coleman.
Now you see what you've done now. High and outside, what you've done now is people are now going to be saying, what are the actual tie-break procedures?
I know. I still reckon the sack race.
Problem is consecutive Saturdays are few and far between.
I said Sundays.
Or even Sundays, they're still few and far between in terms of availability here in the league.
2-1 pitch. Homza hits that straight to Lee Mills. Mills over to first, and Robinson puts it away. And still nothing doing in the score department. It is 0-0. Midway through 3 here at MIT Ballpark on Cavalry Live.
Murray. Have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
Callum Murray.
Callum Murray.
Calamari.
Let's make it Jack.
Drink it through with Dare iced coffee.
Bottom of the third here at MIT Ballpark. Still a scoreless game here in the nation's capital. For Canberra, it will be Lee Mills, Kelvin Melian, and then back to the top for Robbie Podolski. Sunday night baseball here as the lights are starting to take over here.
Okay, Canberra fans leading off the bottom of the third inning for your Canberra Cavalry, the third baseman, number 12, Lee Mills.
Lee Mills, as Chris said, only his third game for the season. He steps in to face Josh Colmender. Here's the pitch. Called strike one. Here's the 0-1 from Colmender. That's low and outside for ball one. Misses outside again. Mills ahead in the count 2-1. Here's the pitch from Colmender. Now he's ahead 3-1 on the high and inside. Sorry, I didn't mean to break your brain. 3-1. And that's there for a called strike.
What's annoying is I'd actually saved all the tiebreaker rules somewhere that I thought would be really easy to find. and now for the life of me, I can't remember where I've saved it.
Here's the payoff from Colmender, and that misses outside for ball four. Lee Mills. He's on base. The second base runner for the Cavalry tonight. The first walk issued by Colmender. Kelvin Melian. Last night was 0 for 2, but drew 2 walks and scored on both of them. 2 for 5 the night before. Here's Colmender. Called strike one. On one the count. Mills leads away from first. Here's the pitch. And that's right there again from Colmender. Melian down 0-2. Colmender ahead in the count. Mills leads away from first. Here's the pitch as, oh! Melian checks fouls, and that goes straight into the Tuatara dugout. Hope everyone, looks like everyone's okay in there. A few smiles. 0-2, here's the pitch again. No, he didn't, as that misses. First base umpire Riley Barrington. Count is 1-2 on Melian. Mills leads away from first. Oh no. We'll stay here for a second. Here's the pitch from Colmender. That's outside for 2-2.
The Australian Baseball League community is a fantastic community.
Okay.
When you say, I can't find where I filed the tiebreakers, I now have 7 people who have in the last 2 minutes literally texted me all the tiebreakers to go through.
All right, you go through that for a second. Here's the 2-2. Mills goes. Melian hits that up into left field. And that is going to be taken right on the line, and Mills will have to retreat. The left fielder, McAdams.
You can talk about players getting under it. How much hang time did that have?
It had a lot. And, of course, the wind was carrying it. It's not as heavy as was before. Robbie Podolski steps in. Poor Mills. We were saying it was the other way around last night. Johnny Hernandez on about 3 separate occasions was on first and was breaking for the steal and had to turn around and come back. All right.
Tiebreakers. 2-team tie. If 2 teams are tied with an identical winning percentage at the conclusion of the season, including all rescheduled games.
As Podolski hits that along the ground towards third. Rolling foul. Oh, just foul. There was that power bun again.
Podolski was off on Run Forest Run, and he was 3/4 of the way to the foul pole up the first baseline. He just kept going, head down, and motored.
And unfortunate for him, that ball came off the grass and hit the dirt on the third base line and rolled foul. But keep going.
So the tiebreaker, first tiebreaker, is the team with the higher winning percentage in head-to-head competition between the 2 tied teams. If the teams remain tied, then to the tied team with the higher winning percentage only in the games each team played against teams within its own division.
Oh.
So who's got the best divisional record in the Southwest Division between Melbourne and Perth? Because it could come down to that.
In the 6 series, they play against the other teams. Gotcha. Here's the 0-1. Podolski fouls back down 0-2.
If they remain tied, then it goes to the tied team with the higher winning percentage only in the games each team played against teams within the opposing division. Or, if it says a sack race on consecutive Sundays, I'll laugh. There are further tiebreakers. D,
I like
E,
the last
and F.
one. If the teams remain tied, the team to prevail in a coin flip. It comes to a coin flip. Here's the 0-2 from Colemanor as Podolski swings through and misses for strike 3.
So there is.
So if they remain tied after.
If they remain tied after their own division and then again after the other division, then it's the overall winning percentage that is not one of the tied teams. Sorry, the higher winning percentage against the team with the highest overall winning percentage that's not one of the tied teams. See where I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole?
That's all right. And then it ends up, the last one is if it's after all of those 6 scenarios.
It goes to a tie flip, a coin flip, yeah.
Cam Warner, 0-for-1. Here's the pitch from Colemanor on the outside. Misses for ball 1.
25 options, I am told. 25 options, I am told.
Oh, too much for me, mate.
Okay. Melbourne is a game better than Perth. Thank you to Andrew Reynolds from ABL headquarters.
And that pitch low to Warner. Snap throw from Noy, but Mills gets back 2-0.
So Melbourne is apparently a game better. This is according to Andrew Reynolds. Game better than Perth. So as of now, they have the tie break, so they only need to split the series with Perth to avoid the wild card game, essentially.
There we go. Mills leads away. Warner swings through and misses for strike 1.
Anyone who would like the full list of 25 options, Phil Herden is sending them to me one by one. This is what happens when Adelaide aren't playing at the same time as us. Phil listens and sends in all sorts of stuff. And the tie-break division record.
Okay, 2-1. Mills leads away again. Warner, that's going to get down into centre field for a base hit. And now the Cavalry with 2 out have runners at first and second.
Anyway, basically what it comes down to in both divisions is teams need to just keep winning.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to break. Oh,
you've done it now. You've done it now.
I didn't mean to break your brain there, mate. Tucker Nathans.
You broke my brain. You broke my computer. You've sent my phone into meltdown with the number of messages that are coming in.
Just keep them coming, people. Just right at the end, love was.
I haven't even gone to Twitter. Haven't even looked at Twitter.
So, with 2 out and runners at first and second, Tucker Nathans steps in. 0-for-1 tonight.
Oh.
Nathans hits that the opposite field, but that is swinging foul behind Sarge's saloon. Chris Coleman.
You don't park down that part of the ground. You don't park over there.
I don't understand why people just still do.
I don't get it. It's not like it's something brand new. This is 10 years in, and that's where baseballs land. Oh, sure, it's one way to go home with a souvenir ball, have it actually delivered to your car through your windscreen, but, you know, there are easier ways to get one. 0-1 the count on Nathans.
I was wondering, does insurance cover that? So Mills is the runner at second. Cam Warner at first, and we're debating whether your car insurance will pay for a new windshield.
My favourite one was the day that the Australian team bus got one through the windscreen at Blacktown. That was my favourite windscreen through a balls story.
Owen won the count on Nathan's. Coleman checks the runners. Here's the pitch, and that's outside.
My second favourite was a local game of baseball up on the North Coast, where a friend of mine had one of those cars with the early generation head-up display windscreens. The ball went through the middle of the windscreen, and because of the extra coating on the inside, it was like one of those space diagrams showing how a black hole works. The ball was down there hanging about this far below the rest of the windscreen, about 8 inches below the rest of the windscreen, as though the ball had gone round and round and round and down. Here's Nathan's facing up. Chopper rolls up the first base line, goes foul. Count goes to 1 and 2. Runners advance and return from whence they came. I have a feeling Tucker Nathans is about to do something special. He's really looking fired up, and it's been a while between drinks for him.
Still. Well, you were on song the other night, Chris, with your predictions.
He's getting plenty of it. It just needs to get the one that the one that he wants to really hit now. He's keeping the count alive. We talked about it.
Maybe sit on it a little bit later. Go the other way. The Tuatara have that definite right side shift on for him. 1 and 2. Mills at second. Warner at first for the Cavalry. 2 outs here, bottom of the third. Coleman it turns and picks, and Mills is in trouble.
Oh, he's gone. Welly. When was the last time you saw someone picked off at second base in the ABL?
It's been a while, and so that will leave Tucker Nathans to come back and bat in the fourth. Great move by Coleman, and it keeps it scoreless here at MIT Ballpark. It is still 0-0 on Cavalry Live.
If you're about to make university decisions, make sure you stand out from the crowd. UC is ACT's #1 uni for graduate employment and starting salaries. UC has work placements in every degree. UC is designed specifically for Canberra and the region. Run your own race at the University of Canberra. Apply now, get UC qualified, and run circles around the rest.
Come home to your Jarrah. For your kind of play, your kind of family, your kind of day, and your kind of neighbourhood. We introduce your kind of community for your kind of value. South Jarrah-Bombra.
We are back for the top of the fourth here on Cavalry Live. Warwick Petherbridge, Chris Coleman here at MIT Ballpark. I'll tell you, that's one of the best calls. Our new friend Alicia on Twitter from Minnesota on the Coleman to pick off. He beat him like a rented mule.
Oh, I like it. I like it a lot.
That's a good one. I'll have to remember that one. I remember that. The great Jim Ross, the wrestling announcer. Oh, no, there we go. For those with playing movie scorecard bingo, there's the Imperial Death March.
It's in.
Jared Walker. He had a single back in the first against Gailey. Here he comes in for his second go tonight. Hit along the ground towards Warner at second base. He picks it up and throws over to Robinson for the easy put out.
I think Warner had moved over a little bit after the single in the first inning.
And like that, Frank Gailey, 1 pitch, 1 out.
Nice if he can do it.
Won Seok Kim strikeout to end the first inning. And I like the choice for the James Bond theme because he has been the danger man in this Tuatara lineup.
He's been the man with the golden gun for the Auckland Tuatara.
As he steps in again against Gailey.
It was the first of Gailey's 3 strikeouts for the game so far earlier tonight. Takes the first pitch on the outside. Umpire Trent Thomas says ball 1. See where Gailey goes here. This is Perkins setting up low and very much on the inside of the plate, and then moves very late And 2-0.
Don't want to be throwing on the inside where Kim can get around on it. He's shown in the last 2 nights that he can do that. Here's the 2-0 from Gailey. Kim hits that. That's gone straight up. Warner in. And that's 2 away.
That's 5 in a row that have been set down now by Gailey.
Well, he's at the moment, I know he's issued a walk, but he's 1 hit through 3 2/3. You'd take that every day of the week.
Well, go to the other side. You've got Colementer, who's
he's had
two hits
and a
walk. Pitchers duel well and truly underway. We had one Thursday night to start the series. We get one Sunday night to finish, or will the bats come alive?
As Mark takes the first pitch high and outside for a ball.
Andrew Mark was not happy with being called out on strikes back in the second inning.
As that one's along the outside for a called strike 1.
And just quietly, I don't think he was terribly excited about the call of a strike there as well. I might let you call this. I might just have a look at him through the binoculars for a minute here.
Here's the 1-1 as he fouls it back, mate. If you're going to keep looking, you might as well be a window washer.
Got to be careful where you do that these days. Since they put the light rail in, they've banned it at a number of intersections here in Canberra.
I tell you, 1 and 2 Mark. 2 out here quickly for the Tuatara in the top of the 4th. Frank Gailey settled into a good rhythm. Comes set. Here's the 1-2. Just misses on the outside, and Mark's first look was straight back at Trent Thomas. You saw that?
Yep.
He looked straight back at him as to say, you better not call that. 2 and 2.
See where the next one comes from.
Gailey set again. He's hit that into right field. Coming in is Nathan's. It's going to land in front of him. And the Tuatara again have a 2-out base hit.
Hit it into the breeze.
I think as well, Chris, off the end, towards the end of the barrel.
Mm-hmm.
Same as what Robinson did, just enough to get it over the infield. But drop in front of the right fielder, Tucker Nathans. Josh McAdams, he flied out to Podolski in the second inning.
Well, the 2 men with hits so far this evening for the Auckland Tuatara
are these 2.
Jared Walker and Andrew Mark. The 2 with hits, the 2 with the highest batting averages. So certainly living up to their form. And now McAdams and a long bay back to Podolski. His previous at-bat, 1-0 the count on him.
Mark is leading away from first. Gailey throws. McAdams swings and very much on the outside, that one. And it must be hard for these pitchers with a left-hander and Frank Gailey's action like it is. You don't know whether he's going to hook it all the way around and bring it to the inside, as here's the 1-1. He hits that foul. Third base side, 1 and 2.
Gailey will want to get out of this inning here.
He's done all right so far, Big Frank. 2 hits through 3 2/3. Mark leads away from first. Here's the pitch. Here's a high chopper on the third base side. That has taken a turn, bounced foul before the bag. And Mark, it was all nearly at third base by the time he realised that he had to turn around and go back. So stays at 1 and 2.
Gailey's pitch count, 61 thus far. So it'll take him at least 62 to get through the 4 innings. He's on target to throw probably... He might get through 5, bearing in mind he hadn't thrown for a very long time prior to his return to the ABL 2 weeks ago, then was out injured last week. So I don't know if we'll get like 7 innings out of Frank tonight.
Don't think so.
I suspect 5 may be about the limit for him, and he'll want to get this one wrapped up fairly quickly to give himself the best chance to get through that 5th. 1 and 2 the count on Josh McAdams. 2 out, 1 on for the Tuatara.
Runner goes in Mark. Hit along the ground to the right side. That's a base hit to Tucker Nathans. Mark is heading all the way to third, and he will get in there standing. Now with 2 out, the Tuatara have runners at first and third.
Runners at the corners. And in comes Daniel Lamb Hunt. He's a man who really hasn't shown his full potential this season. Daniel Lamb Hunt just a 0.083 batting average, but he is a man who can put a ball a long way back.
Gailey set. Here's the first pitch. Hit along the ground, foul, third base side. 0-1. So, for the Tuatara, Andrew Mark is the runner at third. Josh McAdams at first with 2 out. Gailey checks the runners. Picks over towards first. Mark goes nowhere. Because I tell you what, what Chucky Robinson can do from home to second over 120 feet. Imagine if what he could do it over only 90 feet.
Oh, yeah. Be ready.
0-1 is the count on Lamb Hunt. Here's the pitch from Gailey. Swung through and missed for strike 2.
Just the 2 home runs for his career. Had a 6-year hiatus in the Australian Baseball League. Played for Brisbane back in 2010, 11 and 12, and then returned to Auckland last year, coming in. And this year, just 0.83 his batting average, but career average of 237.
Here's the 0-2 from Gailey. Hit along the ground to Melian at short. Melian comes up over to second base, and the side is retired. The Tuatara, they get 2 base runners but can't convert, so midway through 3. Still 0-0 here on Cavalry Live.
Behind these doors, people are home. These are more than just hotel rooms. They are spaces for living. It's a home away from home. Your own abode.
The Subaru 2019 plate clearance is on right now. Drive away in the Impreza 2.0i limited edition from only $28,290 with eyesight, leather accented seats and symmetrical all-wheel drive as standard, but only while stocks last.
Bottom of the 4th here at MIT Ballpark. Tucker Nathans will lead off, as even though he was in the box at the end of the last inning, he was not the recorded out. That was Lee Mills, who, according to our new good friend Alicia, was beaten like a rented mule. I'm wondering if she can tell me, did that come from the great wrestling announcer Jim Ross? I think that's where it's come from.
I want to know where it came from. I really do.
Jamie, where are you? Jamie, you win a prize. So we need to score a run. Let's go, Canberra.
There you go. I'm told there have been several Tuatara pickoffs at second this season. So there you go.
Well, it was beautiful. Cole Mentor had Mills out in no man's land.
I reckon Lee Mills probably hasn't watched much of the Tuatara either, as he's the man who got caught, didn't know it was coming.
Well, at the same time, it was a great move from Cole Mentor. Checked Mills, made him think that he was going to the plate, and then just snapped and turned. It's not often that you see a pitcher turn round the way he did. Usually they step off the back and then turn and throw, but he just casually lifted the front foot and spun. Here's the first pitch to Tucker Nathans, and that's in the dirt for ball 1. One-0 the count. Here's the pitch from Cole Mentor. Along the ground again to that right side. Walker picks it up and flicks to Cole Mentor, who covers the bag. And we are 1 away. And I think the Tuatara on the second 4-3 tonight, and he had 2 last night. There's a definite plan for Tucker Nathans, and it's working. Zach Wilson. He ground out to shortstop in his first at bat, DHing tonight. Here's the pitch from Cole Mentor. Right where it needs to be for a called strike 1. One. Called on the outside. 1 and 2 is the count on Wilson. Here's the pitch again. Wilson pops that foul. First base side. And that is right into the fence. So no need to worry about the creepy crawlies in the gully. As that one misses and it's 2 and 2. Might need to get the weather app up because I've been getting messages that there's rain on the way. Oh. Here's the 2-2 to Wilson. Line foul down the third base side.
Oh, there is rain.
And there is a lot of it.
I wonder whether that will change the attitude of these teams and maybe someone will try and just craft a run.
Here's the 2-2. Wilson into centre field. Kim is back and underneath it. Calls off the other fielders and takes the catch. And I don't reckon that rain's going to be more than 20 minutes away.
Now that is the first baseman, number 30, Chucky Robinson.
Chucky Robinson. Robinson 1 for 1. Has that one. Misses to Robinson 1-0. Here's the next one from Coleman. A curveball in there for strike 1. 1-1. And I'm wondering what's going to factor in, of course. 1-1 and that misses outside. But we just had a look. And we'll show it in the next pitch. I think our man Tim has got the weather radar ready to show you the graphic. As here's the 2-1. And that misses. He's working on it. He's working on it. Tim's getting the weather graphic up so we can show. Because there's a lot coming. And that's in there and the count is now full.
Tim, the tech wizard. Really isn't far away.
Payoff pitch, fouled. And we'll go again.
We won't dwell on the potential for rain to arrive, but...
sometimes we've been lucky. Sometimes it's been a big front and it's gone, and then it's spread around us. But I don't know. Here's the payoff pitch again from Colementer. Robinson swings foul down the third base line. And once again, another great at bat here from Chucky Robinson. 7 pitches already. Full count, payoff pitch again from Colementer. Here it is. And that is high for ball 4, and Chucky Robinson wins round 2.
Okay, fans, that is a walk to Chucky Robinson. Now that is a catcher, number 9, Robbie Perkins.
Robbie Perkins, flied out in his first at bat.
Well, they had 2 inches of rain in 2 hours at Cowra, which is about 130 kilometres to the northwest. The rain is about 10 or 15 kilometres to the north of Yass, which is about 50 kilometres, maybe 55 kilometres away as the crow flies. So it's probably half an hour away. It is not just rain. There is thunder in it, thunder and lightning, and there is also some more building up to the west. And what may happen is we may wind up with the 2 trough lines joining up, and if that happens, it will be good night nurse. We'll be very surprised if we get to finish this game, if that comes in, because it'll start coming down in biblical proportions. 2-0 the count now.
On Robbie Perkins. Robinson leads away from first. I tell you what, I know we're safe on the high ground, but you start rounding up the animals 2 by 2, as here's the 2-0. Perkins with the liner to Homser at third. And the ball gets by and is heading into right field. Gets under the second baseman Blackstone, and Robinson tracks all the way to third. And now Canberra have 2 on and 2 out, and what should have been An inning-ending play there for the Tuatara has turned into a nightmare.
Wow. Well, what can I say?
Well, I just wonder who the error gets put on there. Whether it's a throwing error on Homza or whether it's Blackstone, because it was a low throw. It got under the glove of Blackstone and went out into right field. And so now, as you said, in his first at bat, he's been very good in these situations this year, Kyle Perkins. And that's a called strike one. I'm just guessing. I'd have no logic behind that, Chris. Chris and I have different scorebooks. He uses a book of his own creation, and I use a traditional scorebook. As here's the 0-1, and that misses on the outside for 1-1.
I had to duck out of the box for just a moment. I'm just trying to catch up.
No, please do, my friend.
Yeah, I'm thinking it'll be a throwing error.
I'm thinking so too, but I'm just going to check it because that's what I do.
I'll have it in a second.
1-1. High. So Chucky Robinson at third, Robbie Perkins at first for the Cavalry with 2 out after the error. And it is a throwing error as Perkins hits a high chopper into the hole. Homza charges from third and picks it up and throws over and gets Perkins at first to retire the side. So 4 innings down and still Chris Coleman with a bit of urgency now. No score here on Cavalry Live.
Come home to your Jarrah. For your kind of play, your kind of family, your kind of day, and your kind of neighbourhood. We introduce your kind of community for your kind of value, South Jarrah-Bombra.
We are back here on Cavalry Live here for the top of the 5th inning. And I believe there is the rain graphic on our screen.
Now, where are we? We are, if you are looking at the dot that says Canberra AP in the just in the outside the circle in the top left quadrant, and then there's another dot that says Canberra. We are equidistant between those 2 dots, basically. So what you can see there is the rain off to the west. That one's not the big issue. The big issue is that just north of Yass, just out of that radar shot, there is a massive cloud, a massive rain that is coming. And that is about, I would reckon, half an hour away, maybe a little bit more. Now, the other thing I should say very quickly is that we've seen it happen plenty of times where it starts coming from Yass, and then as it reaches Canberra, it gets pushed away to the west. But the probability of rainfall,
according to our stats man Tim, is 94%.
So, have Auckland realised, have Canberra realised that this game goes official at the bottom of this inning?
Well, yes, it will.
And will it be perhaps instead of trying to just swing for the fences and score quickly, just get something out there? Will we see bunts? Will we see stolen bases? Baz Noyes, your man.
I think you're absolutely correct. Here's the pitch from Gailey, and that misses in quickly. Noyes ahead 2-0. Right along the outside from Gailey. 2-1. So at the moment, Noy pops up. Warner coming around. Calls off by Melian. Melian takes the catch. So this is the thing. At the moment, we're just keeping an eye because according to your map, it's rolling in it's still a distance away, but it's coming quite quickly.
Well, on the map that I have access to, which is not the map we can put on broadcast, unfortunately, I can click there, which says that's where we are, and then I can go up to there, which is the leading edge. Oh, hang on, I need to scroll down a little bit. There we go.
Yeah, here it comes. And that's a called strike one on Kent Blackstone. Blackstone 0 for 1, flew out. Was the first out of the third. Here's Gailey. Swung through and missed.
So the leading edge of that is 68 kilometres away.
Oof.
Rain travelling at roughly 100 kilometres an hour. So,
and he swings through and misses. And Blackstone goes down on strikes for the second out.
But you can also take off the back of that the fact that that's a 7-minute-old radar scan. So, yeah, half an hour.
Johnny Hernandez, he has 2 pop flies. As he comes in. Here's the pitch from Gailey. Hernandez shaped up the bunt, but the pitch was high. As we are waiting to see what happens. 1-0 is the count. Hernandez. And that one misses on the outside. He squared around again. I don't know whether he's doing it or is he just trying to put up Frank Gailey, but it's working. He's ahead in the count 2-0. Top of the 5th here. Still a pitcher's duel. As that one misses and Hernandez is now up 3 balls. Melbourne, of course, being smashed by hail today. Here's the 3-0. And he's missed, and that's a 4-pitch walk. And now here comes, we'll see if your theory is right, Chris Coleman. We'll wonder if the Tuatara have got the messages. And once again, another John Williams classic.
Why does that say 2 outs on the board?
There are 2 outs.
Who's the first? So the
Basnoy
first
flew out, and then Blackstone struck out.
Yes, and then the walk. Sorry, yes.
Sorry, Chris was just off in the background helping our support team.
Chasing the radar.
And now Homza steps in on a pair of 5 to 3 outs. He's headed to the third baseman Mills both times. Let's have, I'm just going to keep an eye on Hernandez. Here's the pitch from Gailey. Hernandez stops. No, he's out by, ooh. He was out of fair way. It looked like he was going, stopped, turned around. Throw from Perkins was on the wrong side for Robinson.
If you're going to bunt, it's going to have to be perfect.
Oh, I don't
With
think
2 outs, you can't.
Here's the 1-0. Well, you can.
But yeah,
Homza once again, he wants the set. Hits it straight to Mills again. Mills over to first. Robinson. So in 3 at-bats, Johnny Homza has hit it to the third baseman, Lee Mills, every time. We are now halfway through this game. It is a pitcher's duel. Auckland 0, Canberra 0 here on Cavalry Live.
So, we've decided to come at one
Yep.
The Subaru 2019 plate clearance is on right now. Drive away in the XV 2.0i with symmetrical all-wheel drive, now from $31,990. Plus get 2 years limited kilometre free scheduled servicing, but only for a limited time.
Mr. Murray, have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
Callum Murray.
Callum Murray.
Callum Murray.
Let's make it Jack.
Drink it through with Dare iced coffee.
We are back for take 2 of the grand finale of the Boss Toss. And Josh, a.k.a. Sarge, put his first one in this for the win. He's the only one so far. On Friday night, it was a tie.
If you're wondering what we're talking about, they're off the screen. They're throwing a ball at a small old camera hole in the net from years gone by. And the challenge is always on between the ground announcer, the club CEO, and various other staff members. And there you can see Josh Josh, otherwise known as Sarge, the mascot, making his way off the field, having won the final one for the season. And we congratulate everyone who's taken part in that one for the year. But let's get to baseball, because this is really, really interesting stuff now. This is getting into the bottom of the fifth inning. After this,
game is official. And with the weather closing in, I'm wondering your theory, as you said before, if the Cavalry know what's coming, would you bunt? See, this is what I'm thinking. I think Mills gets a swing.
Yep.
This is my guess.
Mm-hmm.
Mills gets a swing. Melian will bunt.
Yep.
As here's the first pitch to Mills.
Well, you've got to get someone on base to bunt, haven't you?
Well, I'm thinking...
And Mills is quick.
You let Mills do... He got a walk in his first at bat. You let him have a go. Melian can drop a bunt on a dime. Here's the 0-1. Hit off the end of the bat towards the second baseman, Blackstone, who's charging. He underhand flicks it to Walker, and there's the out for the 4-3.
I did say that Mills is quick. He was really trying to beat that throw out. They know what's coming.
And then, but here's the thing. We saw Podolski the other night bunt with 2 out and a runner on. We know he can do it. And then you'd have Warner, Nathans, Wilson. And then, as you can see behind us,
yeah, it's looking very dark across behind us. As
there is the bunt. And no, didn't work. Well fielded in his position.
They know what's going on.
They're trying to beat the rain as it is rolling in from behind our commentary position. And it is 2 out here in the bottom of the 5th.
So Robbie Podolski.
Podolski, 0 for 2. Has a ground out and a strikeout. And as I said, we saw him do this the other night. Corners are not in. And he pops foul. Here's the 0-1. And that's inside. I'm going to duck off at the end of this inning for a minute, Chris. I'm going to hopefully bring back a special guest. We won't lay claim until he's in here. 1-1. High. And he held it there. So that's a strike.
Yeah, I don't know whether you heard that in the background.
Yes.
That wasn't the sponsor buggy. I think that's the grounds crew getting ready.
Oh, they're all over there already. I can see them. Podolski pops up. Homza is there. He yields to Hernandez. And that is it for 5 innings here at MIT Ballpark. And still, it is 0-0 here on Cavalry Live.
And we are about to head out onto the field.
Follow the boats to the view at the top, the snap of the dawn to the peck of the crop, across the horizon you jump, skip and hop, and never stop.
G'day, mate. Mr. Murray, have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
This is Callum Murray.
Callum Murray to the seafood aisle.
Calamari. Why'd they name you that?
I take you.
Calamari.
Let's make it Jack.
Drink it through with Dare iced coffee.
Back at MIT Ballpark, we have 5 innings in the books, no runs in the books, 3 hits to Auckland, 2 hits to Canberra, and that's your radar image courtesy of Weather Zone. And we are located about halfway between the Canberra and Queanbeyan dots. That little blue dot is where I normally access it from. Let's just go with that. So we're not quite in that position, but we are located halfway between the Canberra dot and the Queanbeyan dot. The rain across to the west, that is rain. The red and yellow is heavy rain, and then the little cross marks are lightning. But the worst stuff is the stuff that's up north of Yass, and that is coming in at about 100 kilometres an hour. That is about 60 kilometres away, or maybe 55 kilometres away now. There is rain, there is hail, there is a dust storm blowing ahead of it, and there is lightning. So it's going to get really, or potentially going to get really interesting here in about half an hour. But let's go back to the action on the field now, where we head into the 6th. Jared Walker up against Frank Gailey. And Walker takes the first pitch for ball 1. I know there are people who love high-scoring games of baseball, but the low-scoring games can be just as fascinating. And here we are, scoreless through 5. Who blinks first? 1-1 now, the count on Walker. So Frank Gailey, now in his 3rd season, the Canberra Cavalry, has moved to Australia. Sends one through, draws a swing from Walker, 1-2. Our Philly Canberran from Philadelphia. I had the acute displeasure of sitting alongside him as a New England Patriots fan when his Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. That was a very painful day. 1-2, the pitch. Count on Jared Walker. Walker takes the next. Good eyes from him. Levels the count at 2-2. Popped up. Melian follows the ball around. He's a little bit of communication from Kyle Perkins behind him, but Melian takes the grab. And that's 1 down in the 6th inning here for the Auckland Tuatara. Frank Gailey's pitch count, he's up into the 80s. That would be 83 pitches, 48 of them strikes. Coleman has thrown 87 for 55 strikes. Just the 5 hits between the two of them in terms of what they've given up to the opposing bats. In comes Kim. And this man has really lit things up time and time again across the course of this season. Becoming a bit of a cult hero in New Zealand. Kiwi Kim, they call him. Takes the first pitch for ball 1. And now levels the count at 1-1 with a foul ball on the 3rd base side. I think there's just a little bit more urgency in both of these sides. They know what a win will mean to each of them. A win for Auckland will put them 2.5 games clear at the top of the division with 4 games to play. A win to Canberra puts them half a game behind Auckland, again with 4 games to play. It's a massive difference this late in the season. Because that win, Auckland win this one, they're really effectively potentially one win away from wrapping up top spot. 3-1, the count here on Kim.
I went to find our mystery guest, but he is in the bullpen and he is stretching.
Well, that's very interesting.
So I won't say who, but he wasn't in the dugout. He was actually up in the bullpen. So apologies, but if he's got to come in and do some work in a minute.
That really does suggest to me that Canberra have decided this is
they're pushing the button. Yeah, time to go.
This is season defining.
You'll find here, corners are in. Middle infield at double play depth. 1 pitch. Hit to the right spot can get Canberra out of this.
Andrew Mark had that single to right field previously. Runner goes. Ball is hit. It'll bounce in short of Nathan's. Putting runners at first and second because Nathan's was on it fairly quickly. But Mark, again, just hits another single. He's so good at it.
Kim was thinking heading to third, but I think he lost his footing as he was coming around at second.
Mark, 33 hits coming into tonight, so he's had 35 hits for the season. And I'm just doing the maths, 27 of them singles. Gets himself on base.
So 1 out, 2 on here for the Tuatara.
And converts, by the way, into runs about 1 in 3. So
McAdams swings at the first pitch and misses. He's responsible for one of the 4 Tuatara hits tonight.
So Mark will be looking to convert that average now that he does have. Now 1 in 3 times he gets on base, he turns it into a run. And in the context of this game, if he can do that, it will be absolutely huge.
Here's the 0-1. Hit in the air, deep towards right field. Tucker Nathans is heading back. He's underneath it. Will we see? Kim is running. Here comes the throw in. There will be no play. 2 out, runners at first and third for the Tuatara.
Smart play from Tucker Nathans.
Now that is a designated hitter number 16, Dan Lamb.
Throw to the cutoff man.
Well, this will be interesting because Mark, we saw him try to break. He tried to get a good break last time, but Robbie Perkins has been outstanding at throwing out base runners all year. With 2 out and looking at our back window, it is not far away. If he runs, I think Perkins throws. Because here's the pitch.
Perkins won't be able to throw because I'm keeping an eye on Kim up that third baseline. He's running on the pitch. He was 15 feet down the line.
It's all right. 1-0. You keep an eye on Kim. I've got... Here's the pitch. And that's outside. And 2-0. So you've got Kim. I've got Mark.
Done. If they both go, we'll talk over the top of each other.
That's all right. Well, because you've got a better view of the third base line, and I've got a clear view of everything else. Gailey checks the runners. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Swung on and missed by Lamb Hunt. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike. One is the count. Gailey checks. Here's the delivery. And that misses inside, and it is 3 balls and 1 strike on Daniel Lamb Hunt. I don't think you need the weather map, Chris. Just look out the back window, mate.
That stuff behind us is going to miss us. It's the stuff that's going to come in from over the left field fence. That's the one to worry about. As we get the walk to load the bases.
That's a walk to Dan Lamb Hunt.
We are 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. JJ Hoover comes out. Canberra pitching coach as well as Thursday night starter. It just must be iconic entertainment themes. I heard the Friends theme, now I'm hearing Game of Thrones.
Working through the
repertoire.
Yep. We might be able to stop talking about the rain for a little while because it does seem to have actually stalled just north of Yass at the moment and is starting to push off to the west, just on the western side of the mountain. So we'll sit tight on that. If it does start to get closer, we'll let you know. But as things stand, Auckland in the box seat to actually get on the board here. They've got runners all over the place.
Let's go around the diamond. It is Won Seok Kim. He is at third. Mark is at second. Lamb Hunt is at first. Baz Noy, who has a walk, but flew out. And his last at bat, he steps in against Gailey. And that one misses on the outside for ball 1.
Real pressure on the Cavalry now.
You've got to think with that visit from Hoover, someone's getting ready in the Cavalry pen. Someone's also up throwing in the Tuatara pen. As here's the 1-0 from Gailey. And that misses on the outside as well. Two-0 the count on Baz Noy, the Tuatara catcher. Bases loaded, 2 out. Infield is deep. And he's missed. And it is 3-0.
Well, you don't swing at this, do you? In this situation,
I don't know. 3-0 bases loaded, 2 out. Potential rain on the way. If it's there, you go. That's me. I'm in the minority. I know.
Yeah, leave it alone.
Here's the 3-0.
Walk scores a run.
And that's there.
Now you swing. Take the free one.
I don't know. I always swung on 3-0 because it always, if it was there, you got to hit. But
it's a team game. You're trying to score a run for the team.
I know. 3-1 the count on Noy. Bases loaded. Here's the pitch from Gailey. And that's there again. See?
Didn't swing.
Throws your rhythm off. I know I'm in the minority on that, and you can hit me up on Twitter at It's Was Time. I know. So, runners will be moving on the pitch. Full count. Bases loaded, 2 out. Here's the payoff from Gailey. Swung on and missed, and Gailey gets out of the jam. Down 3-0, 3 nasty pitches to strike out Noy and gets himself out of trouble. We are midway through 6 here at Canberra, and it is still 0-0 after Frank Gailey gets himself out of a massive hole here on Cavalry Live.
The Subaru 2019 plate clearance is on right now. Drive away in the Outback 2.5i with symmetrical all-wheel drive, now from only $39,990. Plus get 2 years limited kilometre free scheduled servicing, but only for a limited time.
It's the festive holiday season. Make sure your car is ready to go the distance this summer. Give us a call to book in your pre-holiday safety inspection on 1300 727 320 at MIT Automotive in Fyshwick.
Back for the bottom of the 6th here on Cavalry Live. Warwick Pethybridge, Chris Coleman with you. And after getting into a bit of trouble and a bases loaded jam, and then down 3-0 to Baz Noy, Frank Gailey with 3 brilliant pitches to retire the side and keep Canberra in this contest. It is still 0-0. So we will see Warner, Nathans, Wilson. They are the 3 due up, but at some point, as we're working out, well, not only with potential of weather, this game is going at a very fast pace. Will we see a pinch hitter for Canberra? We know that there is David Candless on the bench.
And we did see him hitting the proverbial skin off them, off the tee, prior to the game. But I can tell you, looking down to the Cavalry dugout, I can see, who can I see? I can see Tucker Nathans down there. I can see Cam Warner down there. So they're the next two due up. Where would you bring in? I mean, if you're talking pinch hitter, you're looking further down the list. You're looking at, geez, you're not talking until really Mills or Melian comes in, because Warner, Nathans, Wilson, Robinson, Perkins can all go long, can all go yard. So if you're looking for someone to come in and go big, you've already got plenty of big hitters in the lineup.
Warner is 1 for 2. He has a single.
But the other question is, how much does Josh Coleman to have left? He's thrown 87 pitches so far tonight. Gailey's thrown 89, and I wonder whether we've got another inning out of him or not, or whether, I reckon he's going to be done for the night. And I think it's going to be it'll be Keith Ward bringing out the big guns tonight. Warner takes the first pitch, strike 1. What I'm also starting to look for now that the floodlights have taken complete effect and the sky is dark, to see if we start to see any lightning, because again, that's a big straight off the field occasion. That's a popped, it's a line drive straight to Hernandez and caught.
It's a line pop, Chris. It wasn't
line pop, yeah.
It wasn't quite a line drive and it wasn't quite a popper, but it was very slow to Yoni Hernandez.
I got distracted because I'm wondering whether we've got a power failure further around in Canberra.
Well, usually you can see a lot of lights behind.
Well, that's what I'm trying to work out. And I think the lights may have just gone off
for half the city.
For the next suburb.
Nathans pops this up into left field. The left fielder, Mick Adams, is coming back around near the track and takes the catch, and we are 2 out.
So it could be all happening here tonight, not just at the ballpark, but all over the place. What does Zach Wilson have in store for us? It's been a very quick half inning here.
3 pitches so far for Colementer.
Tuatara won't mind that. That'll get Josh Colementer into another inning for them, potentially.
Oh, I can see people warming up in the Tuatara pen. There's Wilson. 0 for 2. I think you're right, Chris. There is nothing behind us. And there are houses and everything over there, and I'm not seeing anything. I think there's been a power failure.
Yeah, I think there's some comeback on over there now, but
we'll just keep an eye on it. Here's the 1-1 to Wilson. And that's outside and misses for ball 2.
A night of high drama here. You wouldn't expect anything else after the season we've had here. We've had games abandoned completely due to smoke. We've had games rained on and started late. We've had games cut off and restarted.
Here's the 2-1 from Colementer. And that misses. Here's the other side of it. With Wilson being a DH, do you bring in a pinch runner if he reaches? I don't think you do. Here's the 3-1. Hit along the ground to the second baseman, Blackstone. He picks it up and flicks it over to Walker, and that is the side retired. And now we are through 6. And there is still no score here at MIT Ballpark on Cavalry Live.
Behind these doors, people are home. Resting, settling in, laughing. These are more than just hotel rooms. They are spaces for living. It's a home away from home, your own abode.
If you're about to make university decisions, make sure you stand out from the crowd. UC is ACT's #1 uni for graduate employment and starting salaries. UC has work placements in every degree. UC is designed specifically for Canberra and the region. Run your own race at the University of Canberra. Apply now, get UC qualified and run circles around the rest.
We are back here on Cavalry Live.
Don't panic, the game has not been delayed due to weather. We're just making preparations for it. Don't panic.
It's, as you can see, a pitching change. Josh Warner, he comes in after 6 great innings of work from Frank Gailey. He only gave up 4 hits.
102 pitches for Gailey. 56 of them were strikes. 5 ground outs and 4 fly outs.
While you're just getting the rest of that, I'm just having a look around. Right. Kyle Perkins, Podolski, Nathans, Robinson, Warner, Mills, Melian.
6 innings pitched, 4 hits but no runs. 4 walks, 5 strikeouts for Frank Gailey, and yes, Josh Warner into pitch. And Keith Ward has just gone for a walk up to the Cavalry bullpen himself, so he's very much dictating the terms. Let's see what he's got in mind as the first pitch comes to Kent Blackstone, and it's strike 1. So Josh Warner off to a good start.
Well, here's the thing. He's got the orange socks on too.
4.5 ERA for Warner coming into tonight. Hard hit ground ball picked up by Cam Warner. Takes his time with the throw. Completes the out. 1 down, top of the 7th. So the other numbers of note for Josh Warner. I mentioned the 4.5 ERA as the main theme from the Breakfast Club rings out at the ballpark. He's pitched in 7 games. Grand total of just 10 innings pitched. 8 hits for 5 earned runs, but 11 strikeouts. That's why he's out there. He's there to get a couple of quick strikeouts. He's got one down, hasn't got the strikeout, but he's got 1 out.
I think at this point, Keith Ward, it doesn't matter how they come, he's taking them. And I don't know, I'm just having a look over at the Tuatara bullpen, Chris, and there are definitely 2 people throwing. So I don't know if that's the end of Colementer, but we'll keep an eye on that. As Warner misses low and inside for ball 1. to Yoni Hernandez. Hernandez, 2 fly-outs and a walk.
I'll get you an updated pitch count on Colementor.
1-0. Warner set. Here's the pitch. Right on the inside, says umpire Trent Thomas. And that equals the count at 1-1.
Yeah, Colementor's thrown 95 and 60 strikes.
Hit along the ground. Melian comes in and picks it up. Over to Robinson at first and 2 out. So. Johnny Homza, he is going for the sombrero of 5 to 3s.
He's at a 5 to 3, a 5 to 3, and a 5 to 3.
So if the 4 strikeouts is the golden sombrero, I think this is the gold poncho to match.
I'm so relieved that you went there.
Here we go. Here's the pitch from Warner. And that is outside. Ball 1. As we are 2 outs here into the top of the 7th, a 0-all game. An important game for both sides. No side yet able to take the advantage. Here's the 1-0 from Warner. Swung on and missed on the curveball. 1-1. Great to see 2 sides fighting so hard, as Chris said before. The Tuatara, if they could win this game, would have an almost unassailable lead. Here's the 1-1, and that's outside. If Canberra can win, they are only half a game behind with 4 to play and the race is on.
I'm seeing David Candless go for a run up to the bullpen. He'd be a shock weapon.
I think he's just sending the message. Here's the 2-1. Homza along the ground. Warner bends over, gets it comfortably. Over to Robinson. And that retires the side. 1, 2, 3 in order. Josh Warner has done his job. We are at stretch time here at MIT Ballpark. We will join you in about 90 seconds. And it is still Auckland 0, Canberra 0 on Cavalry Live.
Mr. Murray, have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
Callum Murray.
Callum Murray.
Callum Murray.
Let's make it Jack.
Drink it through with Dare iced coffee.
Come around the ballpark. It is definitely a pitcher's night. Josh Colementor is still out there for the Tuatara here in the bottom half of the 7th. Gailey did 6 strong. Warner has pitched a great inning. So here in the 7th, it'll be Robinson, Robbie Perkins, Kyle Perkins. Only 2 hits. What a great job Colementor has done. Only 2 hits for this Canberra team. 1 to Warner, 1 to Robinson. And there has been no Canberra hit since the 3rd inning. And here it comes.
No, it's slowed up. We might, if this game continues at this pace, we're going to get away with this. This will be a miracle.
That's if we don't go to extras. We are now still at 0-0 as here's Chucky Robinson. And that one's outside for ball 1. I'm wondering who that is with a bat in their hand. Robinson pop foul and over the top of our commentary position. One on one. And here is that pitch. 1 and 2 as Robinson fouls another one off. So far tonight, he's the cavalry batter that's had the most success. He's 1 for 1 in a walk. But both at bats have been like 8 pitch at bats against Colementer.
Well, this is when you want to do that, when a guy's thrown 100 plus pitches.
Here's the 1-2 from Colementer. And that one's in the dirt for 2 and 2. Two balls and 2 strikes. Here's Colementer again. That is outside and misses. And now, once again, Robinson has worked his way to a full count. And as I said last night, in the same situation with Won Seok Kim against Steve Kent, I still believe that 3-2 is a hitter's count because you will get something to hit, as here's the pitch from Colementer. That is outside and misses, and Robinson once again draws a walk against Colementer.
I wonder how many Cavs are going through flashbacks at the moment to the Perth game earlier this year. November 29th. That game was scoreless through 9. Canberra lost it to Perth in the first extra inning. Bunt up the line by Robbie Perkins.
And there's no one there to cover the bag.
And he's safe.
So
second baseman had come across. Warner had come across to...
you mean Blackstone?
Blackstone had come across to cover the bag. Walker had come in. Colementer had come down, and it enabled Robbie Perkins to beat the little toss.
I honestly believe, though, it was right in that perfect spot, same as Podolski did the other night. Right in between. Colementer had to... It's one of those ones where you don't know... It's the no man's land, Chris.
Yeah.
The pitcher came off in Colementer. Walker came in. And Blackstone, I think he was just late. I think he didn't realise that they'd both gone, and that enabled Perkins to beat him as manager Steve Mintz comes out. Now, I'm not looking at someone ready over at the fence. It just might be a chat, but now there are definitely multiple people up in the Tuatara pen. Kyle Perkins.
The whole season for these two sides could hinge on what happens in the next 5 minutes.
As we said, as we give you a live look at the rain, the green dot is where we are. And as Chris said, it has slowed, but and there's a lot more to the north. And it is slowly migrating our direction.
We may just get away with this.
At the pace this game is going, we may. But here is Kyle Perkins.
What is more concerning is the blue and red crosses you can see. Oh, you can see in that graphic. That's lightning. And if that starts to get close to the ballpark, we're out of here. We don't leave players out on the ground. So runners at first and second for the Cavalry. None out. Kyle Perkins in the batter's box.
Here's the pitch, and that is low for ball 1.
Kyle Perkins shaping to bunt. So the Cavalry, well, they've decided to ring the bell here, not get caught in a 0-0 game after 9. They're trying to get the run on the board now in the 7th.
And as you can see, Walker, the first baseman, is in. Homza still standing traditionally. He may charge if Perkins squares. So it is Chucky Robinson at second. Robbie Perkins at first. 1-0 count on Kyle Perkins. None out. Bottom of the 7th. It is still a scoreless game. Colementer checks the runners. Here's the pitch. That is high. Kyle Perkins is ahead in the count 2-0. We've got multiple things. We're looking around everywhere. 2-0. Kyle Perkins. Runners at first and second for the Cavalry with none out. Colementer's set. He pitches. And that is low. And Kyle Perkins, with some great control, is now ahead in this count. 3 balls, no strikes.
Well, Emerson Martinez is one of the players warming up for the Tuatara.
You got that, Chris. I've got this. Lee Mills on deck for the Cavalry. 3-0. Here's the pitch. And that's in there for a called strike 1.
There's another pitcher throwing up there, but I can't see who it is because the view's obscured. And there's another 3 pitchers up stretching. Auckland are getting ready for matchups here.
I think both sides will be. But you try and keep us updated with that. Robinson leads away from second. Perkins from first. 3-1 the count to Kyle Perkins. Here's the pitch from Colemanter. He bunts along the first base line. And Walker manages to pick up and fire to third and beat Robinson on the force. So with 1 out, there are still runners at first and second for Canberra, but perfect bunt. Maybe just a little bit heavy from Kyle Perkins. Right along the first base line. That's where you want it to go. Unfortunately, Walker was ready for it and he fired over to Homza for the force. David Candless.
David Candless replacing Lee Mills.
Chris Coleman, you're a genius. So this will be interesting to see because it'll mean, I'm assuming, just based off the weekend, that might mean that Kyle Perkins will switch to third and Candless will go to the outfield somewhere. I know that left field is not his preferred side.
Do they move Podolski across to left field, Nathans to centre? Do they move Nathans to left?
Well, let's just stay with this now. 1 out, the pinch hitter is David Candless. So Robbie Perkins is the runner at second. Kyle Perkins is the runner at first. And Colemanter pitches. And that misses on the outside. So we're just waiting to see. Steve Mintz giving Josh Colemanter every chance to get out of this, like what Wardy did with Gailey in the 6th. Here's the 1-0. And as we said earlier, not in the starting lineup tonight, David Candless. Always a threat with the bat in his hand. We saw him in the cage earlier on the tee, and if baseballs could scream in pain, they would have been. As Colemanter is set with the 1-1, checks the runners. Here's the pitch. And that misses low, and it is 2 balls and 1 strike.
I've just realised it's the battle of the 27s out here as well. Colemanter and Candless. You don't get it often.
No, you do not. As it is 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Middle infield is ready for the double play. Colemanter looks at Perkins at second. Pitch misses outside. It is 3-1. So, sorry, there's a Perkins on every bag at the moment. Robbie is the runner at second. Kyle is the runner at first for the Canberra Cavalry.
And they both got on with bunts.
Oh, well, yes. 3-1 the count to the pinch hitter Candless.
Still a bunt.
Still a bunt. 3-1. Colemanter checks the runner. Robbie Perkins at second. Here's the pitch. Candless pops it foul and the count is full. Three and 2. Pivotal moment in this game. 0-all, bottom of the 7th, 1 out. Robbie Perkins is the runner at second. Kyle Perkins at first for the Canberra Cavalry. What has Colemanter got here for Candless? Checking Robbie Perkins, having a good look at him. Steps off, no throw. As we are getting towards the business end of this game. Canberra trying to keep pace with the Tuatara. Heading into the last series of home and away games next weekend. The Tuatara trying to extend. Colemanter set. Here's the pitch. Candless goes bang. But it's short into centre field. Robbie goes back to tag, and he is heading towards third. Here comes the throw from the centre fielder, Kim. Perkins down and makes it.
Great head first dive, great technique. Gets down, slides right over the top of the bag. And going in, of course, head first there means that he's not going to slide off the bag, or highly unlikely to slide off the bag. And gets himself 90 feet from home as the go-ahead run. Great sacrifice fly from David Candelas. And now, is that our first? No, it's only the second man for the Cavalry to make it to third base tonight.
Zach Wilson did.
So it's been 2 apiece making it to third base. Will this break the deadlock?
Kelvin Melian, he had a fly out, and then his last at bat, he tried to bunt. Cole Minter was ready for him. Here's the first offering, and that misses inside and low for ball 1. One is the count. With runners at first and third now for the Cavalry, 2 out. Along the ground, Yoni Hernandez charges, gets there, flicks to Blackstone, and unfortunately that retires the side on the fielder's choice. So we're getting towards the heart in your mouth stuff. It is scoreless after 7 innings here at MIT Ballpark.
It's the festive holiday season. Make sure your car is ready to go the distance this summer. Give us a call to book in your pre-holiday safety inspection on 1300 727 320 at MIT Automotive in Fyshwick.
We are back on Cavalry Live, and I believe that the switch, I've got it right. Kyle Perkins has come in from left field to third base. But it looks like it is Candelas in left field. I'm just going to confirm that. Yep, so Candelas is in left field. Just the straight swap. Kyle Perkins goes to third base for Lee Mills. David Candelas going to left field. Still Josh Warner. So here for the top of the 8th, the Tuatara. It'll be Walker, Kim, Mark. 2 innings to go. 4 hits for the Tuatara, 3 hits for the Cavalry. As I can see a runner being sent to the Tuatara pen.
That would suggest that Josh Colmenter will be done for the night after a magnificent performance.
7 innings for 3 hits.
I hope we get to see him again, but if we don't, then that is really an amazing performance from that man. Well played him.
As here is Jared Walker. 1 for 3. And the curve is in there from Josh Warner. Single ground out, fly out for Walker. Oh, 1. Top of the 8th inning here at MIT Ballpark. And the fastball misses inside. Evens the count at a ball and a strike. One. No, he didn't go, says third base umpire Connor Casey. 2 balls and 1 strike. Warner gets the signal from Robbie Perkins, comes set. Here's the pitch. Fouled, 2-2. And you can tell this crowd, which is still a lot of people here, has gone very quiet, hanging on what's happening. We are into the top of the 8th inning. It is still a scoreless game. As the Tuatara said on their Twitter feed, they feel this is the most important game of their season so far. Here's the 2-2 from Warner. Hit foul along the first base line, and we'll do it again. Thank you for joining us wherever you are tonight. Here on Cavalry Live, Warwick Petherbridge, Chris Coleman with you. At the fort at Narrabundah here at MIT Ballpark. Here's the 2-2 from Warner to Walker. And he swings through and misses. And that's the first strikeout for Josh Warner. Won Seok Kim. He is 1 for 2. He's one of the men in this game that have made it to third base. It definitely seems to have slowed.
Yeah, it's reached the top of the mountains. That's what's happened. It's the top of the range there.
All right, so there is a mountain range for those who are not used to our area.
Runs around to the west of Canberra, then runs up, and the high point between Yass and Gunning from memory. And it's just starting to spill over that mountain range now. So
1-0 the count. Here's the pitch, and that is inside.
Good news is that that's still a good 50 kilometres away.
Oh, it's past Yass now, so I'd say it's about 40. Two-0 the count on Kim. Here's the pitch from Warner. And the curveball is there for strike one. Two-one. Kim swings at the breaking pitch foul. Oh, called strike three on Won Seok Kim. 2 out here in the top of the 8th. Josh Warner doing the job for Ward out of the pen. And here is the first pitch to Andrew Mark. Funnily enough, he didn't look at umpire Trent Thomas for that one. Knew it was there. 0-1. Warner again. That one just misses to the outside, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. This crowd still here. 1-1. And that misses inside. So Mark tonight struck out looking in the second, but then has 2 singles to right field for the Tuatara. Three and 1 is the count. Here's the pitch from Warner. Head along the ground towards the shortstop, Malian, tracking over to his left. He picks it up over to Robinson at first on a great throw, and that retires the Tuatara in order here in the 8th. We head to the bottom half of 8, and with only 7 hits in this game between both sides, it is still a scoreless tie here on Cavalry Live.
Mr. Murray, have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
Callum Murray.
Callum Murray.
Callum Murray.
Let's make it Jack.
Drink it through with Dare iced coffee.
You are the winner of...
Welcome back here to MIT Ballpark in the nation's capital. Sunday night baseball for our home regular season finale. Here we are into the bottom half of the 8th inning, and it will be the top of the lineup. Podolski, Warner, Tucker Nathans.
Handy time for that trio to come up.
I tell you what, you predicted earlier that Tucker Nathans was going to do something. If he does it now, I will call you a soothsayer. As that is not Josh Colementer.
No, Josh Colementer is finally done for the night. What a great performance from him. 115 pitches he threw tonight. That is a huge effort. Throwing through 7 innings. That's Emerson Martinez. Be the man coming out to pitch. We saw him earlier in the series. Very quickly, Josh Colementer, 7 innings pitched, 3 hits. That's it. No runs, 3 walks, just the 1 strikeout, 115 pitches, 69 strikes, 12 groundouts, 5 flyouts. And now Emerson Martinez pitching to Robbie Podolski, draws a swing on the first pitch. This man, from memory, has some fairly serious heat when he gets going.
Martinez up 0-1. Here's the pitch. Now up 0-2 on Robbie Podolski. And here is that pitch from Martinez. Podolski pops it up back to the net. Oh, he's heading. And he is there and takes the catch.
Snow cone, but he got there.
Bit of a bobble.
Martinez the other night gave up 3 hits. One of those was to Podolski. Robbie Perkins got a double off him and scored a run off that. That was the main one the other night. Robbie Perkins a fair way away in proceedings. In comes Cam Warner.
Warner is 1 for 3. Has a single but 2 flyouts. Here's the first pitch to him. And he hits that. That is into shallow left field. Yoni Hernandez has gone a long way back and taken a great catch.
Jeez. He moved.
He moved and he took it in stride. Oh. And that will bring up Tucker Nathans. Nathans tonight. 0 for 3.
Now batting the right fielder, number 8, Tucker Nathans.
And is with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th inning. What will we see here? Here's the pitch from Martinez. And that misses for ball 1. Tuatara. Tucker Nathans is ahead in this count. Here is the pitch from Martinez. Nathans hits that along the ground. Hernandez charges, spins, throws, picked by Walker, and once again, we are scoreless as the Cavalry are retired in order. And we will head to the 9th inning with it still a 0-0 ball game. We will be back in a few moments on Cavalry Live for the conclusion of this game.
Come home to your Jarrah. For your kind of play, your kind of family, your kind of day, and your kind of neighbourhood. We introduce your kind of community. For your kind of value, South Jarrah.
Have you tried the grey cake?
Yeah, I've tried it all.
So who are you backing in this game?
With their 3-point shooting.
Guys, relax. I got this.
Don't want to miss a second of the action this season? With Tabs Basketball Live Vision, you can stream games and access exclusive previews for free, anytime, anywhere.
Whoa, don't splash the box. Yeah, don't splash the box.
Who are you backing this NBA season? Tab. Download the app today.
Back for the top of the ninth here at MIT Ballpark. The new pitcher is Akil Morris. For his first. Oh no, 21.
Man,
we should probably look at that, hey?
We probably should look at the screen. Yeah, that'd help. The New York Mets, the Atlanta Braves, Los Angeles Angels, the High Point Rockers, the New Britain Bees, the Long Island Ducks, and the Canberra Cavalry. Mets back in 15, the Braves in 2017, the Angels 2018, 10th round draft pick in the 2010 Major League Baseball draft.
And it will be Mick Adams, Lamb Hunt, Noy. They will be the first three up for the Tuatara. And especially if retired in order, remember those last two. So Morris on the hill. Here's his first pitch. Popped foul. On one is the count on Josh McAdams, the left fielder tonight. And he swings through and misses at that one. And is down 0-2. Akil Morris quickly ahead in the count 0-2 on Josh McAdams. Here's the pitch. And that one misses low, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Very quickly, the Josh Warner line. 2 innings pitched, no hits, no walks. 2 strikeouts, 25 pitches thrown, 15 of them for strikes, and it was 4 groundouts and no flyouts.
And McAdams gets onto that one, and that drops into the outfield into centre for a base hit. And the Tuatara have their leadoff man aboard here in the ninth inning.
And the bunt is on.
Well, I'm also having a look down because I don't know. You know more about this Tuatara lineup than I do, Chris. But do they have a man on their bench that can run? Or what is Mick Adams like? You know, do you put... We're just waiting because I can see the first base coach over there with Mick Adams. Noy.
He's looking for the signal from the...
Well, Lamb Hunt.
Steve Mintz is checking the lineup card, checking the roster.
Well, Lamb Hunt.
And here comes... No,
that's not Lamb Hunt.
No.
That is downtown Max Brown.
There we go.
As you call it. I'm waiting to see.
So that's the change.
So Max Brown will come in and pinch hit. In the 9th inning.
Had a chat with Max earlier this afternoon. He is just absolutely loving life. At the moment, he's really having a great time with the Tuatara.
Brown last night was 0 for 3. The night before was 0 for 3 but reached on an error. McAdams is the runner at first. Here's the pitch. Shapes inside. It is a ball. 1-0 is the count. So, yes, I can see Noy on deck. Blackstone is in the hole for the Tuatara. So, at the moment... Oh, he bunts it into his face. Foul.
Ouch. He's lucky he had the head up on that because I've seen him go down into the ground and come back up onto noses and break noses.
I think he was lucky that he had the chin...
The chin guard as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what it's hit.
But if he'd looked down, it would have been... Could have been quite nasty.
Here's a 1-1. None out here in the top of the ninth inning. Still a scoreless game. The Tuatara with a runner on first. That is Josh McAdams. He leads away. Oh, and he's hit him.
It's got him on the hand.
Well, I think there's a conversation. And
hang on, no, Keith Ward's coming straight out here.
Well, if it's hit him on the hand and he's shaping up to bunt, then the hand is part of the bat.
Yeah, unless he's got the hand off the bat.
And that's what I think Keith Ward is asking home plate umpire Trent Thomas. And we stay as it is. Because if he has taken his hand off the bat to try and get out of the way and defend himself, as a hitter, he has every right to do that.
Yeah, hard to tell.
No, that was the pitch before, mate.
Oh, okay.
Well, here we go.
Still hard to tell. I've got this
Ward
on a teeny tiny screen.
You watch that. Ward has come to the mound. He's having a chat. Because there are none out. Nothing happening. Oh, no. Messages are being run up. People are getting up in the Canberra pen. The third base coach for the Tuatara. He's talking to Noy. He's talking to Mintz.
Still very hard to tell.
Oh, I can make an argument either way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's very hard to tell.
No.
Umpire's closer to the action than I was.
So even though... But at the same time, if the pitch is straight at you. So now, the Tuatara, none out, 2 runners on. So, McAdams is now at second. Max Brown at first. Shaping to bunt. Noy drives that into centre field. Here comes Podolski. Lays out, makes a great catch. Here's the throw back. They've double. No. So 2 out. Robbie Podolski with a diving play in centre field. And McAdams thought it was going to lead in. He had to. It was a hard spot for him to be in as a runner. Podolski dives, full stretch forward, takes the catch, and then doubles up McAdams at second. And all of a sudden, 2 on, none out, 1 on, 2 out. How was that?
8-6 double play.
I believe it was 8-4.
8-4, 8-6. Was it Warner? Was it?
No, it was Warner. So it's 8-4.
Message is coming from an umpire. A hand is not part of the bat. So there you go.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you, umpire.
Thank you, sir. And Morris getting a round of applause, but I tell you what, right now, and heading over to him, Tucker Nathans and David Candless with a pat on the back and a bit of congratulations for Robbie Podolski.
Plenty of discussion about whether it should have been called a foul ball on that bunt as well.
So that is James Mulry, the left-hander. And Morris. So obviously the reason that Mulry is now in this game is the left-on-left matchup against Kent Blackstone. I tell you what, you said it to me on Friday night, Chris Coleman.
Yep.
That Podolski was fast. If I didn't see that with my own eyes, I thought that was going to get down. Podolski closed those last 10 feet and dove full stretch to opposite, literally had his glove the opposite way and got the catch.
And then still got up and made the throw.
Then with the presence of mind to get up and make a throw to second and double up Josh McAdams. So now...
And I tell you what, McAdams hadn't gone that far.
I think that he thought, and from where we are, we're just up and to the right of home plate. That looked like it was going to get down, and with 2 out in a 4 situation, you don't want to go when that ball gets down and all of a sudden you get thrown out at third. It really is no man's land as a runner. As you are watching the green blob roll.
I'm watching the range, which is now curled over the top of the mountain range that surrounds Canberra to the north and west,
and it is accelerating fast.
It is getting considerably faster. We'll bring it up. What we might do is wait till between innings here and bring it up and show you just what we're looking at. because this could get very interesting.
As we will just reset. 2 out here, top of the 9th. Max Brown is the runner at first for the Tuatara. Kent Blackstone the hitter. James Mulry is the new pitcher on the mound, and he picks over. Brown back quite comfortably. It's easier when you're 2 steps off first. Yeah, we're still waiting on the first pitch to Blackstone. Brown leads away. Mulry throws over again. Robinson is having a great night here at first. I haven't seen him play there all year, but he's having a really good night. As we are still waiting on the first pitch to Blackstone from Mulry. He's set. Picks over again.
Has he thrown a pitch yet?
No.
Hasn't thrown a pitch.
Blackstone is standing in the box wondering if Mulry doesn't like him. He hasn't seen a pitch yet. He comes set again. Max Brown leads away from first. Here's the pitch. And that misses. Ball 1.
Well, the rain has just got past Murray Bateman.
So Murray Bateman, for those who are not familiar, is about 25 kilometres away. So about 16 miles. And it is accelerating rather quickly now.
It is now. There is rain coming.
Here's the 1-0 from Mulry. Blackstone hits that into centre field. Podolski in again. Dives and makes a great play. No. Must have one-hopped. Sorry.
It looked like a catch from where we are. Podolski also claimed it as a catch.
He held his glove up in case he thought he had it. But no. Yoni Hernandez. So that is a hit to Kent Blackstone. Sorry, I thought Podolski had caught it. He held his glove up, Chris, like he claimed he had it. And Yoni Hernandez steps in. Hernandez 0 for 3 in a walk. The Tuatara with 2 out in the top of the 9th. They have runners again at first and second. James Mulry on the mound for the Cavalry. Here's the first pitch. Hit up to Mulry and he puts it away. Side retired.
Caught and bowled.
Caught and bowled. Right off the end of the bat, and Mulry does the job, and it is still scoreless. We will head to the bottom half of the 9th after this with the Canberra Cavalry sending up Wilson, Robinson, Robbie Perkins. We will join you in a moment for the conclusion of this game here on Cavalry Live.
Hurry up with that thing.
Have you tried the grey cake?
Yeah, I've tried it all.
So who are you backing in this game?
With their 3-point shooting.
Guys, relax. I got this.
Don't want to miss a second of the action this season? With Tabs Basketball Live Vision, you can stream games and access exclusive previews for free, anytime, anywhere.
Whoa, don't splash the box. Yeah, don't splash the box.
Who are you backing this NBA season? Tab. Download the app today.
It's the festive holiday season. Make sure your car is ready to go the distance this summer. Give us a call to book in your pre-holiday safety inspection on 1300 727 320 at MIT Automotive in Fyshwick.
Bottom of the 9th here. What am I looking at, Chris Coleman?
Well, that's the weather radar, courtesy of weatherzone.com.au. We are where that blue dot is, almost in the centre of the screen. And
here it comes.
It is on the way in. The light green is showers. We can play in that. The darker green is when it's going to start to get heavier. More concerning are the yellow and the red.
Is that lightning?
Well, yellow and red are heavier rain. The lightning is more off to the west, so lightning's not going to be an issue. It'll be how long it rains for before water starts standing on the surface. Bear in mind, Thursday, biblical rain. And so there's plenty of moisture in this ground already. It hasn't really dried out much because it hasn't been super hot the last couple of days. So stand by. But let's see what Canberra can do in the bottom of the 9th before we go to international tiebreaker rules with runners on base. But let's see what happens first with Zach Wilson, Chucky Robinson and Robbie Perkins due up for the home team.
Martinez set. Here's the delivery to Wilson, and that's high for ball 1. So if we get to a 10th inning, It will be. Hernandez will be the runner at first. Wilson hits that into right field, and the right fielder, that's going to bounce in front for a base hit. Canberra's leadoff man is aboard. And that was interesting. Mark, it looked like he was coming in and then realised that it was probably going to get down. It would be an easier hop, retreated a step. So is it the last two hitters or the last two outs?
I think it's the last two outs.
Maybe. No, I meant for tiebreaker rules.
Oh.
So I know. Will Hernandez being the last out, he will be the runner at first. I'm just unsure if it'll be Blackstone or Noy will be the runner at second, depending on out or. No, well, it wouldn't be Noy. It would be.
It would be McAdams.
It would, but I think it's the last
Blackstone.
two hitters.
Yeah. Bunt.
Robinson shapes the bunt. Wilson will make second comfortably, and Blackstone will take the throw, but the job is done on the sacrifice bunt. On the sack bunt, Canberra now with one out have the winning run in scoring position. I swear we can't script this. Bottom of the ninth, still a scoreless game. Winning run in scoring position. The rain is closing in fast. And Robbie Perkins, who has been nothing but brilliant for Canberra.
And now here comes a pinch runner.
Well, yes. So
okay, now who's this going to be? Is this going to be one of the kids? One of the quick kids?
I don't know, mate. Number 20. Is that 26?
Stand by. It is 26. It's one of the kids, I think.
I think that's, is that Tyler Leskew?
I'll have it for you in moments. Well, okay, I'm confused here because I've got 26 was meant to be Akil Morris.
And Steve Mintz is coming out.
So I think you're right. It's look, it's one of the kids. It's one of the development players. And I've got no hope. I've got the binoculars up and his face, rather appropriately given the song in the background, I can't see his face because of the shadow cast by his helmet. I've got no idea. Apologies. Like I said, the team list I was given had Morris listed in 26, but he wound up wearing number 21. So hopefully Matt Percy will have that for us in a moment, and we'll try and pick it up for you on the stadium announcement. And now the Tuatara have replied by intentionally walking Robbie Perkins.
Smart play with one out, brings the double play ball in.
So Kyle Perkins comes in. Robbie Perkins is at first. We have a pinch runner, one of the young development players, at second base.
I believe it is, I'm just not sure. Here's the pitch. Oh no, turns and picks, no throw. Testing the young man out. He was equal to the task. So, Kyle Perkins. The outfield is in. Centre field is very shallow. Here's the pitch. Perkins swings through and misses strike one. Still no announcement as to who that is. But I think it is Tyler Leskew. Here's the 0-1. Hit by Perkins into left field for a base hit. The runners will hold as the throw comes in from McAdams and is on the money. But now with one out in the bottom of the ninth, the Canberra Cavalry have loaded the bases, and it is that man, David Candless. Now, as we said, he was in the dugout. He was in the sheds earlier today. As we look now, as you are refreshing a screen frantically.
I'm trying to get who it is.
No, I'm just watching the rain screen.
Yeah, you can look at the rain screen as well. Yeah, there's showers. They're not far away.
And we are here. We will be with you until the end. Just a reminder, if Canberra win this game, they will be half a game behind Auckland with 4 to go. If Auckland win, they'll be up 2.5 games with 4 to go. They host Brisbane next weekend. The Cavalry head to Sydney.
Cooper Morgan is the man, 90 feet from home for the Cavalry.
All right, here's the pitch. Candless along the ground to third. 1, over for 2. Oh, no, double play.
Oh.
Double play for the Tuatara. Chris Coleman was up. But no, as Robbie Perkins was put out on the force, and then David Candless was thrown out on the 5-3. We will be heading to extras. Can you believe it? It is still scoreless after 9 innings here at MIT Ballpark.
Hurry up with that thing.
Have you tried the grey cake?
Yeah, I've tried it all. So who are you backing in this game?
With their 3-point shooting.
Guys, relax. I got this.
Don't want to miss a second of the action this season? With Tabs Basketball Live Vision, you can stream games and access exclusive previews for free, anytime, anywhere.
Whoa, don't splash the box. Yeah, don't splash the box, bro.
Who are you backing this NBA season? Tab. Download the app today.
It's the festive holiday season. Make sure your car is ready to go the distance this summer. Give us a call to book in your pre-holiday safety inspection on 1300 727 320 at MIT Automotive in Fyshwick.
Back for the top of the 10th. And we have now just brought up, here it comes. I reckon we've got maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah, our location's defaulted to the north of Canberra again. We are midpoint between Canberra and Queanbeyan. But as you can see, the rain is now starting to close in and move in around the nation's capital. So there is rain potentially on the way. And after we had the moment of excitement for Cooper Morgan coming in, but the double play, the force out of Robbie Perkins at third, and then David Candless out at first. The out happening to end the inning. So
pitching change as well. Sorry, Chris. Shingo Harata is the new man.
And we will have the previous 2 batters in the lineup on the bases.
So it will be Yoni Hernandez will be the runner at first. Kent Blackstone will be the runner at second for the Tuatara under international tiebreak rules. Which means for the Cavalry in the bottom of the 10th, Candless will be at first, Kyle Perkins at second, but then you've got Melian and Podolski due up. I love baseball. I'll tell you what, I love baseball, my friend.
I have never in my life witnessed a 0-0 game through 9 innings in the flesh. As I said, Canberra played one earlier this year. Went 0-0 through 9 innings in Perth. Lost it in the bottom of the 10th.
But we are now into the top of the 10th. So just a reminder, there are runners at first and second.
So runners at first and second under the international rules. And Johnny Homza, who tonight has gone 5-3 ground out, 5-3 ground out, 4-3 ground out.
And here we go.
Canberra will be kind of hoping it's a 5-3. Well, a 5 would be great because there'd be the potential for the triple play on this.
Oh, here's Harada comes set. Looking at the runners once again. Here's the pitch. Homza drills that into deep right centre field. That is back and that is going to land safely. Here come the 2 runners for Auckland. Hernandez is chasing. He's chasing Blackstone down. And Hernandez gets in with a 2 RBI triple on the first pitch of the 10th. Auckland lead this game.
Well, a stunned silence falls over MIT Ballpark as after no runs had been scored for the whole evening, suddenly with one shot off one pitch in the first extra inning to get home.
Nathan's as well, Chris, not to be, but Nathan's was in.
He was in.
He was in. And
but the speed shown by Hernandez in particular, but also Blackstone, I think the only difference would have been if Hernandez, if Nathan's hadn't been in, would have been one out. Instead, it's one on.
None out and runner at third for the Tuatara. As here is Walker. And it is a called strike 1.
tough when you come on to pitch, and first pitch you've got 2 on, none out.
Harada set. Deals. Foul. 0-2. Only the 7th hit of the game for the Tuatara. And I'll tell you what, this is what I don't like about international tie-breaking rules. I think, as I said to you in previous years, I think the 10th should be played as normal on the 11th. But it is what it is. Johnny Holmes with a 2 RBI triple on the first pitch of the 10th. Infield is in.
To give up 2 runs.
Hang on. I think I'm home umpire has said it's hit him. And I tell you what, this is not looking good for the Cavalry.
Well, to give up 2 runs is actually not as bad as it sounds.
Well, especially considering they're the 2 lead-off men. If you play your cards right, those 2 men should score. As we saw today, Perth scored the 2 runs in the top of the 10th against Geelong Korea, but then Geelong Korea walked it off with a grand slam. None out. Runners at first and third for the Tuatara. Jared Walker is the runner at first. Johnny Holmes are at third. Here we are on the top of the 10th. Tuatara now leading this game 2-0. And Kim, Wonseok Kim, fouls it off. Here we go. 0-1 is the count. Runners at first and third. Holmes are at third. Walker at first. Here's the pitch. Head along the ground on the third base side, foul, and now Kim is down 0-2. Now, I've asked you this stat before, and I can't remember the answer, is why I'm asking again. If the Tuatara win this game here because of this, who takes... Harada doesn't take the loss if the 2 runners, the winning runners that scored.
No, Harada will take the loss.
But the runners that were on were not his.
You'll still take the loss.
0-2 is the count on Kim. Runner goes from first. Kim along up the middle. And that's gotten through from Melian. And Walker is heading for third. As Holmes crosses the plate, it is now 3-0 to Auckland. And Jared Walker on the play gets around to third base. And it is 3-0 to Auckland.
Well, a great hush has fallen around this ground. Always going to be, in the end, anticlimactic for one team, how this game finishes up. But suddenly, with 3 on the board for the Tuatara, the visitors are now very much in the box seat.
Andrew Mark, 2 for 4. Still none out here in the top of the 10th. And he tries a bunt. And now I'm wondering... I'm sure that the Tuatara will have someone knowing that this rain is closing in. And would a 3-run lead be enough?
Well,
as you said, 2.
Here's the thing. If the rain really does come in and it's like the sky's suddenly open and there's lightning.
And that one misses inside and it is 1-1.
Then it reverts back.
Yes, it does. So still a lot of drama here at MIT Ballpark. One and one. Walker along the ground on the high hop. Perkins for 1. Home is the throw. Runner is caught. Tag. Double. And a
tag
double
on the helmet.
What a great play by Cam Warner. Kyle Perkins to Cam Warner. Gets Wonseok Kim at second on the 5-4. And then Jared Walker on the 4-2 thrown out at home as Cam Warner looked towards first and saw Walker out of the corner of his eye. coming home, and Walker tried to stop. Robbie Perkins had him. And then I think he just tried to duck under him, and Perkins tagged him on the helmet. Not intentional. It was not with malice.
No.
I think as we are now 2 out here in the top of the 10th. Josh McAdams. Runner goes. Here's the throw from Perkins. Warner is there with the tag, and they've got him. But the Tuatara have done the damage. They score 3. They now lead this game 3-0 midway through the 10th. So Canberra need 3 runs to keep this game going. 4 for a win. We will find out what happens in a moment here on Cavalry Live.
The Subaru 2019 plate clearance is on right now. Drive away in the XV 2.0i with symmetrical all-wheel drive, now from $31,990. Plus get 2 years limited kilometre free scheduled servicing, but only for a limited time.
Mr. Murray, have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
Callum Murray.
Callum Murray.
Callum Murray.
Let's make it Jack.
Drink it through with Dare iced coffee.
Bottom of the 10th here at MIT Ballpark. Regular homes finale here for the Canberra Cavalry. Regular season home finale. The scoreless deadlock has been broken. The Tuatara plating home 3 runs. But some heads-up play, especially from Cam Warner on the first. The double play ball hit to Kyle Perkins at third. Perkins over to Warner. Walker was the runner at third base. They got the force out of Won Seok Kim at second. He was looking towards first to throw out marked, and then saw Walker out of the corner of his eye trying to swipe home and threw a rocket to Robbie Perkins. There was the double play. And then on the first pitch of Josh McAdams at bat, Mark tried to go, and he got thrown out at second by Robbie Perkins. So here we go. It is Kyle Perkins is the runner at second. David Candelis is the runner at first. We will see Melian, Podorski, Warner. They are the 3 that will head up for the Canberra Cavalry. Infield, corners in. Middle infield in double play position. And here we go. Here's the pitch from Martinez. High change up misses. 1-0. I've just been getting the sign. They reckon it's less than 5 minutes away as the rain is approaching the city of Canberra. 1-0. Here's the pitch. And that's high for 2-0.
Meliana thinks hit 2 home runs in his Canberra Cavalry career. This wouldn't be a bad time for the third one. It'll tie it all up.
2-0 is the count. And that is inside for 3-0.
So, do your swing was?
Yep. Look, mate. I know that you're a traditionalist, but I'm kind of the see ball, hit ball philosophy. 3 balls, no strikes. Well, as you can see, Chris, just look down to our right as that one's in there for a called strike. Melian doing the team thing. The buggies are going over to get ready near the
grounds crew are coming back again. They're getting set for a second attempt.
It is 3-1 the count on shortstop Kelvin Melian. So under the tiebreaker rules, runners at first and second. It is Kyle Perkins at second. David Candelis at first. Here's the pitch. Melian, that's over the top. That's going to drop for a base hit. Perkins is going to be held at third. And now with none out, this is where the worm turns. Bases loaded for the Cavalry.
Well, could Robbie Podorski have the debut home weekend to end all debut home weekends?
Oh, don't.
Thursday night, he had the walk-off single RBI.
Yeah, but it needs more than that, mate. Don't put the mocker on the man.
Well, let's see what he's got.
Oh, yeah. So, bases loaded, none out. The Tuatara leading 3 runs to 0 here in the bottom of the 10th. Kyle Perkins at third, Candless at second. Here's the pitch. Podolski swings hard, foul down the first base side. So as I said, Kyle Perkins is the runner at third. Candless at second. Melian at first. Outfield is in. Same as what happened at the top of the 10th. And then Homza put a ball in the alley over the head of Tucker Nathans. And that was a bases clearing triple. Here's the 0-1. Podolski pops it up and is down 0-2. Bases loaded, none out here. We're in the bottom of the 10th. As I don't think it is too far away now. Looking at your screen, Chris Coleman. 0-2 is the count on Podolski. Loaded bags, none out. Here's the pitch from Martinez. Podolski up the middle, that's a base hit. 1 run in Perkins is going to score. Candless will be held. Here comes the throw and Noy blocks it. So Podolski does the job and gets a 1 out. Gets a none out base hit, scores 1. And now Canberra, still loaded bases, none out, and this game is 3-1. And I tell you what, I'm having a heart attack. Cam Warner. Cam Warner steps up. Warner tonight is 1 for 4. Loaded bases. So Candless at third, Melian at second, Podolski at first. Here's the pitch. Called strike 1. Oh, wow. Drama on the line here in the Australian Baseball League. Game 4 here of this series. The Tuatara and the Cavalry. Here's the 0-1. That's in the dirt. Noy blocks. Candless holds. Melian's got to go back. Here's the throw and it's high. And Noy is under it. Melian is under the throw of Noy. And he's just asked for time from the tag. Candless looked like he was going stopped. Melian hadn't looked forward at Candless and he was committed for third. Had to turn around and go back. Noy throws over to second. And once again, not deliberate, just a hard tag because it was a high throw. And I think he got Melian on the ankle, but he appears okay with, and the count is 1-1.
Well, Melian was hopping around trying to maintain his balance. So there was the tag, and then there was a secondary tag, and the umpire had to rule safe on both occasions.
And it's 1-1 on Cam Warner. Bases loaded. Warner chops foul.
Good news is that even if it does rain, we'll be able to play for a little while into the rain, and there's no lightning for about 50 Ks. So that's the good news.
3-1. 3-1 is the score here in this game in favour of the Tuatara. They scored all their runs in the top of the 10th. We were scoreless through 9. It is bases loaded, none out here for the Cavalry. Here's the pitch to Warner. And he swings through and misses. Strike 3, 1 out. And now it gets interesting because the Tuatara can get out of this with a double play. Tucker Nathans, 1 for 4. No, Tucker Nathans is 0 for 4. But my apologies there.
Just belt me around the head, that's fine.
Yeah, no. I just remember something that you said earlier.
I did. Let's just leave that. Let's just leave that hanging there.
Oh. Okay, if I'm looking out on the field, Chris, which way am I looking for this?
For the rain?
Yeah.
Out over the left field fence.
Out over left field. All right. 1 out. Candless at third. Melian at second. Podolski, the potential winning run is at first base. And we know through various sources that he is the fastest man in the Padres system. Anything deep and into the outfield, we're watching Podolski. Here's the pitch to Nathans. It is low ball 1.
Great work by Noy. Just getting the body behind the ball, stopping it from going wild.
1-0. Martinez set. Checks the runners. Here's the pitch. That's low ball 2. Now, I'm wondering who is on deck, Chris Coleman, if it is indeed Cooper Morgan. As Zach Wilson was subbed out of this game. 2-0 the count on Nathans. Canberra trailing 3 runs to 1. 1 out, but they do have loaded bases. Candelis is the runner at third. Melian is at second. Podolski is the runner at first. He is the potential game-winning run. Here's the pitch. That's in the dirt again and well blocked by Badsnoy. If that gets by him, 1 scores.
Well,
minimum.
Cooper Morgan was wearing 26.
Yes.
That's someone wearing 35. I don't have a 35.
Oh, that was the base coach. So I wonder who that is. We'll find out obviously in a moment.
Trent Buchanan or Stuart Thal. Take your pick.
3-0 is the count on Nathans. Here's the pitch. Called strike 1.
I reckon it's Thal, because Trent Buchanan from memory wears 3.
Here's the pitch. That one misses and walks in a run. So David Candelis scores. And that's what happens. You expect the 2 as Steve Mintz comes in, and I think this is going to be it for Martinez.
Canberra Cavalry now.
Oh no, he hasn't asked for the ball. So So 3-2 now. And this is it. See now. And this is the situation that the Cavalry were in and came up with a great double play. I see Podolski, Podolski's just getting some...
Step up.
Middleton.
Jack Middleton, the other development player. No, not a development player. Jack actually on the roster. Oh, and no number listed against him there, so...
Well, there you go. Middleton will be the hitter for Canberra. So Melian will be the runner at third. Podolski at second. Keep an eye on him. He is the potential game winner. Here's the pitch. And that is called strike 1.
It's only 1 out. Canberra get 2 chances here, potentially.
Well, the infield corners are in. Middle infield is a double play depth. Here's the pitch from Martinez. Head along the ground. Blackstone coming in. He's going to have to charge hard. He's only got 1 play, and the game-tying run scores. We will go to 11 minimum. Jack Middleton, with a ground-out ball to the right side, does his job. It is now 3 runs apiece. And Alicia said about an hour ago on Twitter, she thought last night was going to be 24 innings. I think she's jinxed us. So now, second and third for the Cavalry. Winning run now, which is Podolski, is 90 feet away. Robinson, he's 1 for 1. He had a sacrifice. And two walks. Here's the pitch. And that is inside. Yeah, I was wondering actually though, Chris, I thought maybe they liked the matchup here. I thought maybe issue the intentional walk and load the bases for the force.
Now, I've been reminded, by the way, the development players can't come into the game during
regulation,
during extra innings. So Jack Middleton on the roster, not a development player.
Oh.
Just making sure that we've clarified that before
Sorry.
anyone gets upset. That was my bad.
No, okay.
But yeah.
So
he was on the roster, but he didn't have a number on him on the roster we had. You don't have to have a number on the roster. That's just enough to confuse people.
1-1. Robbie Podolski, who represents the game-winning run, is 90 feet away. We are tied at 3 here in the bottom of the 10th. Here's the pitch. Check swing.
How are we going for time?
One and two. As we are just approaching 10 o'clock here in the nation's, just after 10 in the nation's capital, Sunday night baseball. 1 and 2 is the count on Robinson. 3-all is the score in this game.
And they've all come in extras.
Yep. Martinez set. Here's the 1-2. Robinson goes bang into the night. Kim is heading back. He dropped. Oh, he's put it. He's caught it.
And run into the fence.
So on the deep fly ball from Robinson, that is the third out. And Canberra score 3, so
we'll do it all again.
We're off to the 11th. It is 3-all here.
Let's hope it's only Sunday night baseball, not Monday morning baseball, hey? The rain's coming. It's all tied up. We've got 10 in the books. It's 3 apiece.
If you're about to make university decisions, make sure you stand out from the crowd. UC is ACT's #1 uni for graduate employment and starting salaries. UC has work placements in every degree. UC is designed specifically for Canberra and the region. Run your own race at the University of Canberra. Apply now, get UC qualified and run circles around the rest.
Come home to your Jarrah. For your kind of play, your kind of family, your kind of day, and your kind of neighbourhood. We introduce your kind of community. For your kind of value, South Jarrah-Bombra.
Pitching change about to happen here. Warwick Petherbridge will give you some details of that in a second. There's the weather radar. We are at the blue dot. The light green is light rain, and as you can see, it is almost upon us. That's the added factor in this equation, where we see a game at 3 runs apiece as we head into the 11th inning. International tiebreaker rules will continue. Warwick Petherbridge set it up for us with the pitching change first.
Stephen Chambers, the right-hander. He's the one that's gotten the call. He will be the 6th pitcher in this game for Keith Ward. The Tuatara still have only used 2, and that is Martinez and Colementer.
They had a bevy of players up warming up earlier too.
They still do. So once again, runners will be placed at first and second. Won Seok Kim will be the runner at second. Andrew Mark will be the runner at first. McAdams will be the hitter. I know he was in the box at the end of the last inning, but he was not the recorded out, as we said earlier. The recorded out was Mark being thrown out trying to steal. So it will be McAdams, Brown, Noy.
Number 12,
Josh McAdams. Well, he's 2 for 3. He steps in to face Chambers. So once again, runners at first and second with none out. Here's the pitch from Chambers. That's in there for a strike 1. There's a few people that have left, but the majority of this crowd has stayed. Chambers gets the sign again and is ready. And that is outside as Robinson was coming in, anticipating the bunt. 1-1. None out. 1-1. Kim, the runner at second. Mark at first for the Tuatara under the tiebreaker rules. Here's the pitch. Foul to the screen, and it is 1-2.
Well, that virtually eliminates the bunt from the equation.
Well, it does, because if you bunt...
If you bunt successfully, it's great.
But if you miss it on 2 strikes, you are out.
Like I said, virtually. I've seen it done.
Well,
look, would you rule that out on a game like we were saying tonight? Would you rule anything out at this stage of proceedings?
No.
Right.
Yes. Maybe. I'm just covering my bases here. And it is. Here's the 1-2. Chambers set and checks the runners. Here's the pitch. And that misses low, and it is 2-2.
This is the other thing for Chambers. He's got to keep... If he's going to miss low.
He's got to keep it low. Would rather... Chambers is not a traditional strikeout pitcher. Gets a lot of ground outs. Probably why he's got the call from Keith Ward here in this situation. Here's the 2-2. From 2-2. Checks. Pitch. Foul. Wondering who'd be left in the Cavalry pen. No Reece Neat in this game.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's bad news. That's thunder.
Oh, yes, that was thunder that we picked up on our effects night.
That's bad news. If we start to see lightning, they'll be off. I've seen that at this ballpark on many occasions.
Here's the 2-2. And that's high from Chambers.
Hugely important pitch here from Chambers. He's got to put it somewhere in the bottom of the zone. Right at knee height. He's just got to get it over the plate at knee height. But does he go inside or outside?
He goes inside. Here's the 3-2. Count is full. Runners at first and second. None out. Payoff pitch. Fouled, and we'll do it again. And that was thunder in the distance that you heard on our effects mic a moment ago. As you hear the sounds of Johnny Be Good. Three and two. Chambers set. Here's the payoff again. Swung through and missed strike one. Strike three. One out. We're both excited here. I apologise. Chambers with the strikeout when he needed it. So now a double play ball, which is Steve Chambers' specialty. He is a ground ball pitcher. As I believe we may be only moments away from getting rained on from a great height. So, runners still at first and second under the tie-break rules. Kim is the runner at second. One Siok Kim. Andrew Mark at first for the Tuatara. Max Brown is the hitter. Here's the pitch. He pops that up. Nathans is there. He's underneath it in right field. We will see what Kim does. Here's the catch. Kim tags. No throw. But 2 away. So 2 out. Baz Noy. Noy is 0 for 3 but drew a walk.
I can't control the rain. People are asking me to. I can't control the rain.
We apologise. We're doing our best. I'm close to doing some kind of voodoo dance. I don't know.
Like I said, the rain's not what is worrying. It's the fact that we've had one thunderclap. If we get a flash of lightning, they'll be off very, very quickly.
Let's have a look at this. Warner is holding the bag at second. They are turning for a... no, they were just turning for an appeal play just to see if
he left the bag early.
If he left early and not tagged up.
Mm-hmm. Fair call.
So, runners at first and third. Won Siok Kim, he's the go-ahead run 90 feet away. Andrew Mark is at first. Robbie Perkins has already thrown Mark out tonight trying to steal second.
I'm saying watch Kim.
Oh, well, Kim is the go-ahead run. I'm saying I reckon we watch Mark. You watch Kim, I'll watch Mark.
I'm saying watch Kim. He might go on the pitch.
All right. Here is the first pitch. And that misses low.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
Well, I think he's getting he's an aggressive base runner. You get a good jump in case that pitch gets behind. And then it forces Perkins to make a decision. If Mark does decide to go, 1-0. Chambers set. Pitch. Pop foul. First base side. Looks like it's out of play. It evens the count of 1-1. We are in the top of the 11th inning. Wherever you are, thank you for sticking with us here on Cavalry Live. Warwick Pethiebridge, Chris Coleman. Chambers is set. Here comes the 1-1 offering, and that's high for ball 2. I like Phil's comment there that Sunday night baseball should be a regular fixture in the ABL. 2-1. Low and outside for ball 3. And I'm wondering, because on deck, should Noi reach base, is Blackstone. And there is a big lefty in the pen. 3-1 is the count. I'm wondering. Oh, here's the pitch. And that is high, ball 4. So,
bases loaded up again.
Bases are indeed loaded up again. But 2 out for the Cavalry. Perkins wants to have a chat. We are into the top of the 11th inning. Two outs. One Siok Kim is the runner at third for the Tuatara. Andrew Mark at second. Baz Noi is the runner at first. Here's the first pitch from Chambers to Blackstone. It is a called strike 1. So 3-all extra innings. Second extra inning. Rain approaching. High drama. Chambers is doing well. Here's the 0-1. And that's high. Blackstone chases. Perkins is out there, but I think it's beat him and it's going to go foul. Out of play. 0-2 to Blackstone.
We'll bring the weather radar up after this out, or after this at bat, just to show you what we're looking at here. We'll wait till the next break in play to do that. 2 outs. 0-2 to Blackstone. Chambers is set. Kim is trying to throw him off out of the corner of his eye. Pitch. Inside. Strike 3. Steve Chambers, you star. So after the 2 inherited runners and the Tuatara scoring 3 in the 10th, they have scored nothing. We are going to stay here, Chris. Let's have a look at what the weather is doing, because this is the zoom in now. We've tightened the zoom in on this. We are more or less where that blue dot is. And as you can see, the light green, that's the rain. The weather gods are being kind to us at the moment. It is actually splitting around us. But Canberra need 1 run, and they may need it in an almighty hurry.
So we will just quickly look through the scenario for Canberra. It will be Robinson at first, Middleton at second. It'll be Perkins, Candelas. As we see a pitching change from the Tuatara. Live here in the nation's capital on Sunday Night Baseball. It is Elliot Johnston, the big right-hander for the Tuatara.
Now it should be Robinson, and
Robinson will be the runner at first.
Middleton will be at second.
will be at second.
That'll be interesting.
He represents, unless.
Well, he's the winning run.
Well, he is the goer. He is the winning run in this game. Perkins, Candelas.
Yeah, we're in the situation now where really, other than as a potential double play victim, Chucky Robinson does not matter a great deal in this game. It's Jack Middleton or it's Robbie Perkins.
No, well, it's Jack Middleton.
No, well, if Robbie Perkins puts it over the fence, it's Robbie Perkins.
No, well, it's still Jack Middleton. He's the first man to cross. I'm just having a look down, Chris, while you're just fixing up.
Just making sure we've got all the numbers.
I can see Robbie Perkins. I can see Kyle Perkins. But I don't know if there's anyone left out on the bench. I must say, you and I were discussing this earlier today, and we didn't think we'd even get a start without rain. The fact that we've got 3 hours in.
The forecast for rain was meant to roll in at about 5 o'clock this afternoon. It was about 70% chance of rain at 5 o'clock this afternoon, going up to 90% by 7 o'clock. So it is nothing short of a miracle that we've got this one in.
Robbie Perkins, the captain of this team. Perkins tonight He is 1 for 3. Has reached on an error and an intentional walk as well as an infield. As a bunt single. So Johnston, the pitcher for the Tuatara. Middleton is the runner at second. Robinson at first. Infield corners are in. Here's the pitch. High. Ball 1. You can see Walker, the first baseman, is literally, by the time the pitch is thrown, is halfway in towards the batter's box.
Elliot Johnston, when he came into pitch earlier in this series, had not registered an earned run against him. He gave up one, which gave him an ERA of 0.44.
Well, he's the man with the call here from Steve Mintz. There are still people in the Tuatara pen. 1-0 the count on Robbie Perkins. Here's the pitch. High again. And I tell you what, you do not want to have loaded bases, not with the next two men. Kyle Perkins.
No, you do
David
not.
Candless. 3-all. Bottom of the 11th. International tie-breaker rules if you're just joining us, which means runners are placed at first and second. 2 balls, no strikes to count on Robbie Perkins. Johnson pitches. And that is a called strike on the outside. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Oh, the laptop's died on us.
Gone to sleep.
2-1. In the bottom of the 11th. Final regular season home game here at the Fort for the Canberra Cavalry. Trying to sweep against the Tuatara. Here's the 2-1. No, it's not. He turns, but nobody's there.
Just stop and think of the pressure on young Jack Middleton at the moment over there.
I would say he probably got a talking to from every person on his way out of the dugout. Keith Ward is about halfway. He's in a mid-wicket position there. So Middleton will see him on any hit. 2-1. Here's the pitch. Perkins bunts and gets it down. He throws around. They get 1, and that's all they get. So still will be runners at first and second. And
what is it? Second verse, same as the first. That's it, isn't it?
Unbelievable. But more importantly for the Tuatara, they get the 1 out, which means double play ball is in Kyle Perkins. Perkins is 1 for 4. Had a single, ground into a fielder's choice and has 2 ground outs. So 3 ground outs. I'm actually seeing a couple of blokes here in front of me with their hats turned inside out. They've got the rally caps on. Here we are in the bottom of the 11th in a 3-all game. Elliot Johnston, he is the pitcher for the Tuatara. Robinson leads away from second. Perkins from first. Here's the pitch. Low and in the dirt, but Noy does a great job and blocks it. Ball 1. One-oh. Here's the count. On Kyle Perkins. Chucky Robinson at second. Robbie Perkins at first. Here's the pitch. Right along the outside edge. 1-1. Still quite a large crowd here in the 10:22 on a Sunday evening. 3-all in the bottom of the 11th. Canberra looking to walk this off and close within half of the Tuatara with 4 to go. Here's the 1-1. And Kyle Perkins gets caught with the breaking pitch and is now down 1-2.
If Kyle Perkins doesn't win this game with this at-bat, we'll bring up the weather radar again and show you what we really are contending with.
1-2.
It is starting to rain.
Here's the pitch. And Perkins swings through and misses.
Let's bring this radar up now. 2 outs for the Cavalry. The reason why I'm saying we'll bring it up and show you what we're dealing with is... There you go. We are now in the rain belt, and it is very, very lightly raining out there. We have someone actually guarding our centre field camera at the moment, because cameras, I'm sure you're aware, are not really that waterproof.
No. So if our pitcher does start to rock, it's because we've got someone out on the platform. We apologise, but we've got to protect our equipment. And here is David Candelas. Candelas, pop foul, first pitch. Whew. Candelas. The outfield is in. The infield are in their normal positions. All I need is one. The outfield is in to try and hold the runners on any outfield base hit. Here's the pitch. Candelas swings through and misses and is down 0-2.
He's looking for left field, isn't he?
He's looking for anywhere. Tell you what, if he gets it between first and second out into that alley, into right centre field, that's where you're looking, I'd say. Right field, right centre. Hit behind the lead runner. 0-2 is the count on Candelas. Johnston, who's done the job so far this inning for the Tuatara.
Starting to see the rain in the pictures now.
Here's the 0-2 to Candelas. Candelas outside. Ball one. Great hold.
That is great eyes from the batter. That is tremendous.
So what you're trying to do, Chris, here in this situation is called the hit run.
Yeah.
So on the hit, the runners are going. And on the hit run, the objective is to get the ball behind your lead runner.
Hold for the. We'll hold with our centre field camera until the end of this inning.
Candelas along the ground. Hernandez picks it up and fires over to second, and we will be going to 12.
Now, our apologies. We're going to have to pull our centre field camera at this stage of proceedings because while you can't see it terribly much, there is enough rain out there for that camera to start suffering damage. And we are only a little organisation. We cannot afford to do that. But what we'll endeavour to do is to get that camera pulled and see if we can actually run someone onto our behind the home plate camera, at least give you two, because we've got one that's manned out there at third base that's going to get wet as well.
And it must be starting to come down.
It is starting to come down now. People are starting to make a move from the bleachers into the grandstand and from the bunker boxes into the grandstand. This would be an absolutely horribly anticlimactic way for this game and this series to finish. This would be horrible.
Well, at the moment, it's not heavy.
All right, well, at this stage, we have an operator on the centre field camera, and he is doing his best to shield it. So we're going to keep it for as long as we possibly can, but if suddenly we start losing cameras, it will be due to rain, and we apologise for that in advance. We move to the 12th inning.
So it is still Chambers on the hill. So for the Tuatara, as I flip my full book over.
You've run out of room.
Oh, that's all right. Blackstone will be the runner at first. Baz Noy will be the runner at second for the Tuatara. It will be Hernandez, who was responsible for that 2-run triple. Oh no, Hernandez was the starting runner. So it'll be Hernandez, then it'll be Johnny Homza. Oof, too much happening here.
Yeah, Hernandez will be batting.
We are into our the top of our third inning of extras. And it is now starting to be quite visible. The rain, you can see it on that shot on our centre field camera.
As you may be aware, we can play while it's raining until we get standing water on the ground. And we can't play with lightning.
Here is the first pitch. Hernandez shapes to bunt. Does bunt. Great bunt. Picks up Perkins, and that's the only play he's got. And Hernandez on the 6-4. And the runners advance on the fielder's choice. So here's the man who did the damage and got the first 2 RBIs of the game on the first pitch of the 10th. He is 1 for 5, but what a one it was. 1 for 5, but does have a 2 RBI triple next to his name. Runners at second and third for the Tuatara. Here's the pitch from Chambers. Misses low for ball 1. As you can still see the rain on our shot. 1-0. Here's the pitch. Low and outside for ball 2. Here we are in the top of the 12th. Two-0 the count on third baseman Johnny Homza. Noi at third, Blackstone at second, pitch coming, fouled off. We're still seeing light rain in our shot. 2-1 the count on Homza. 1 out, runners at second and third for the Tuatara. Here's the pitch. Homza swings deep into the night into left field. If it's fair, it's gone. It's fair, it's gone. 3-run home run, Johnny Homza. And he has 5 RBI on the night.
He has had a horrendous night with the bat during regulation, and then comes out a triple and a home run. The triple to right field, the home run somewhere into the detailing lot. Outside the left field fence where you should never park your car, but people do.
It is now 6-3 in favour of the Tuatara. Here's the pitch from Chambers. And now Walker's joining the party. Nathans is heading back in right field. He's at the track. He's at the wall. Back-to-back home runs for the Tuatara.
That is a home run to Jared Walker. That will score a run for Auckland.
Well, this series started with back-to-back home runs for the Canberra Cavalry on Thursday night. It really has been mirror images all the way through.
And a 0-all game. At the end of regulation, now the Tuatara are leading 7-3.
Apologies, it was back-to-back home runs on Friday night, not Thursday night. Apologies.
All right, mate, we've been caught up in high drama and we're still in high drama.
Well, this isn't done yet.
Not at all. One, Seok Kim, and that misses inside. And that one's called, strike 1. The Tuatara. Two and 1. Here's the pitch from Chambers. Kim, he liked what he saw but didn't get it around early enough. And the Tuatara, as I can feel the cool air coming through the chill, the air temperature has dropped. Here's the pitch from Chambers. And Kim swinging at the high curve, fouls it off. Count is still 2-2. 1 out. The Tuatara have done the damage here in the 12th. 4 runs. Here's the 2-2 from Chambers. Inside, count is full. On 1, Seok Kim. One out. Payoff pitch here. And that's high and inside and a walk.
That is a walk to 1, Seok Kim.
Here comes JJ Hoover.
Well, you'd have to say the Auckland Tuatara have been tested and tested this weekend, and they may just have found a way through the Canberra Cavalry resolve. But is there another twist in this tale?
Now batting is the right fielder, number 89, Andrew Mark.
Andrew Mark. He's in now. Kim leads away from first. Mark pops it up. Warner heading back. And that ball lands in. And that's a base hit. And Mark makes it to second because Warner was looking at Nathans. Nathans was looking at Warner. It was kind of in no man's land and got between them.
Yeah, I think the Cavalry may just be starting to struggle a little under the pressure here. It's been a high-pressure game.
As well, Chris, trying to run on that grass. It's a great cover out here, and even a little bit of water, you know,
It'll be a little slippery, yep. What is more concerning is I'm starting to see some storm stuff starting to build up to our northeast now.
All right, well, you keep on that.
Well, Auckland will want to finish this off.
Here's the one out, and that's low.
This is the other thing. If Auckland don't get out and the rain does get heavier and we have to go off, it reverts back eventually.
No, let's just stay here for now.
So,
1-0 on McAdams. Here's the pitch from Chambers, and McAdams lines that into right field. Tucker Nathan's around, takes the catch comfortably. Runners don't go anywhere, and what a throw in. 2 out.
Now batting number 11, Max Brown.
Max Brown. Brown is 0 for 1. He was hit by a pitch in the 9th, and he flew out on the sacrifice in the 11th. Here he is in the 12th. Runners at first and second for the Tuatara with 2 out. Brown hits that into left field. Candless is under it, and he takes the catch to retire the side. But not before the Tuatara have done some damage. They score 4 runs and now lead this game 7-4 heading into the bottom of the 12th on Cavalry Live.
This is how we gotta do it.
Bottom of the 12th, and Canberra with all the work to do. David Candless will be the runner at first. Kyle Perkins will be the runner at second. And we will see Chris, have a look at the bleachers.
Yeah, we can see water sitting on the bleachers now.
And I think we are about to get, in about 5 minutes' time, we are about to get poured on because I can see the red stuff making its way towards us, as you can see on the screen.
Yeah, that's about, that's no more than 10 kilos, or maybe 15 at the most away. The question is, if it grows, then yeah.
So okay, let's not worry about.
Let's
the
not worry about that. That's we're just showing you the weather radar. We are midpoint. We are just to the southeast of the dot that says Kingston. If you're wondering exactly where we are at the ballpark, so that's that. Let's get back to the game. Bottom of the 12th, the Cavalry fighting for survival here.
Exactly. So, as we said, it will be. Melian will be the first hitter up. Candless trots out to first. Kyle Perkins to second. I've just noticed that we have a new first base coach in this game, and that is Zach Wilson.
Well, he's going to do something. He can't re-enter the game.
And as you can see, Chris, out in right field, in left field, that rain is starting to come in. You can actually visibly see it. And here's the pitch. And that's outside, and Melian holds ball 1.
We have one very brave fan. You can see him right in the middle of the screen there. In the bunker box, just behind home plate, wrapped in the blankie. Wrapped in the towel.
I believe that's Brendan from MIT's son.
And we've just seen lightning.
Here's the 1-0.
And there are people saying to the umpire, did you see that lightning?
I'm sure that a message would be get. Here's the 1-1. Perkins, Kyle, he is at second. Candelas at first. Melian holds. Oh! Melian does not hold.
Melian is not a happy camper.
First base umpire Riley Barrington has just been congratulated on that call by the locals. Count is 1 and 2.
Well, some most vocal fans down there.
Here's the 1-2, and that's high and hit him. So Melian gets hit, and now Canberra have loaded bases.
Kelvin Melian is being hit by a pitch. He will take first base.
Melian is looking at his hand, Chris Coleman.
Mm-hmm.
Now in the centre fielder, number 25, Robbie Podolski.
Podolski, he's 1 for 5, but he had a single in his last at bat. Keith Ward. Love this song. We're having some fun up here in the Cavalry Live box.
Well, the Cavs have it loaded. None out.
None out. So Kyle Perkins is the runner at third. Candelas at second. Melian at first, still looking at his hand. And Podolski, who represents the game-tying run.
By the way, welcome to Monday Morning Baseball in New Zealand, as it's now approaching 1 o'clock in the morning across the ditch.
And if you are still with us, we say thank you. It is approaching 7 a.m. on the east coast of America. As Podolski checks, and that's lightning again.
Yep, lightning and our lights in our box flickered then.
I literally just saw lightning behind the centre field, behind the scoreboard.
I think that's possibly the second warning.
2-0 is the count on Podolski. Johnston set, checks all the runners. Here's the pitch. And that's there for a called strike 1. We are in the bottom of the 12th inning. The Tuatara leading this game 7 runs to 3 after scoring 4 in the top of the 12th. It was 0-0 after the end of 9 innings. All the action been happening.
You've got value for money out of your free baseball tonight, that's for sure.
And that is a called strike 2 on Podolski. Evens the count at 2 and 2. So Podolski is on now. Warner, Nathans. Loaded bases, none out. Canberra trailing by 4. Here's the 2-2. Fouled, and there's more lightning behind the scoreboard. I'm wondering how far away it has to be, or if it is just visible. So, Kyle Perkins at third, Candelas at second, Melian at first, Podolski 2-2. Liner down. Homza does a great job at third. Bare hands gets 1. That's all he could do. Kyle Perkins scores. But what a great play by Johnny Homza. If that ball gets past him,
that's 3 runs potentially.
I would. It's definitely 2. If that ball gets past him, Candelas would have scored. Instead, he has put out at 3. And now, Cam Warner. He steps in. And it is 7-4 as More Lightning is off in the distance. Johnny Homza with a great play there for the Tuatara. Saved, got the out, which would have been a second run had that ball gotten past him. Runners at first and second. Candless was the put out at third. Melian at second. Podolski at first. Cam Warner, who would be the game-tying run, is in the batter's box. Here's the pitch. Warner lines that. That's going to get down into left field for a base hit. And that is all it will be as the runners are held. And Cam Warner does the job, and we are back to 1 out, bases loaded. Tucker Nathans. Tucker Nathans. Tucker Nathans had a walk back in the 10th. He is over 4 with that walk. Melian at third, Podolski at second. Cam Warner, representing the game-tying run, is at first. Here's the pitch. And Nathans swings through and misses for strike one. It is 0-1 the count on Tucker Nathans. Here's the pitch. That's high. Ball one. I don't know.
No, neither do I. I've given up.
Since when can weathermen predict the weather? 1-1 is the count with 1 out. Bases loaded for the Cavalry. Melian at third. Podolski at second. Pitch coming. Tucker Nathans goes bang into the night. That has gone back. That has gone deep. Kim is underneath it. He takes the catch. All runners have to go back. But a run will score. That is Melian from third. Podolski tags from second and goes to third. Oh, I thought he got all of that, Nathans. It held up, and it held up. So Cam Warner stays where he is. Podolski tagged and went. It is now 7-5, and we are seeing Steve Mintz coming out to the mound.
So what do we got? Podolski at third.
It'll be Podolski at third.
Cam Warner at first.
Warner is the game-tying run at first. Jack Middleton will be the hitter.
Oh,
it's him. I can see him there right next to Chucky Robinson. Robinson giving him words of encouragement.
Now batting for your Canberra Cavalry, number 35, Jack Middleton.
Well, this is it. This really is all or nothing.
All or nothing. Lightning.
More lightning.
And that's close.
That's really close now.
I cannot. Wow. I don't know how that was missed. Oh. So 2 out here. Bottom of the 12th. 7-5. The Tuatara lead. Podolski at third. Warner at first. Pitch. And that's line. That'll get down into the outfield for a base hit. Podolski scores. Warner is rounding second, and that's where he'll stay. Well done, Jack Middleton. Base hit. 7-6. Whew. Oh. Jack Middleton with the RBI.
I reckon that's his first RBI. Well, it is. It's got to be his first RBI.
Chucky Robinson. And that would be it because Keith Waters called for the ball.
Yep. Good stuff.
And asked for that. Middleton with the first pitch he saw, and he lined that into the gap in left centre. So Warner, he is the game-tying run. He is at second base. Middleton, who represents the go-ahead winning run, he is at first. Robinson is the hitter. Here's the pitch from Johnston with 2 out. High and inside.
Oh.
Very high and inside.
Closing in on the 4-hour mark for this game.
"1-0 is the count. Here's the pitch, and that is high, and it is 2-0. This game has had so many twists and turns. Do we have one more in us? Warner at second, Middleton at first, Robinson in the box with a 2-0 count. Here's the pitch, and that is high and 3-0. I don't know what you're doing, but that's all right. You do what you're doing.
I'm doing what I'm doing.
All right, 3-0 on Chucky Robinson. Cam Warner, he is at second base for the Cavalry. Jack Middleton at first. The Tuatara hanging on to a 7-6 lead here in the bottom of the 12th. Here's the pitch, and Robinson gets a 4-pitch walk. Here we go. Robbie Perkins. There are people up. I can see Chris Coleman throwing in the Tuatara bullpen.
Well, they need someone.
As here we go. Johnston set. Warner at third. Called strike one. 7-6. So Cam Warner is the potential tying run. He is at third. Jack Middleton, the potential winning run, is at second. Robinson is at first and obsolete. Here's the pitch. And that misses outside, 1-1. But at the same time, he's not obsolete. He's obsolete in scoring requirements, but he still needs to do his job and be a base runner.
And not get out on the base.
Exactly.
Yeah. Don't get thrown out, although there's no cover at first.
There's no one anywhere. Infielder in their normal positions with 2 out. Only need the play that they need. 1-1. Here's the pitch. Fouled off the end of the bat as the crowd took a collective gasp. The Cavalry down to their last strike. It is approaching 11 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. And we are... Here we go. So we'll just refresh. Warner at third. Middleton at second. Pitch. Foul.
Oh.
We'll do it again. So it's 7-6 Auckland, as you can see on the corner of your screen. 2 outs in the bottom of the 12th. Cam Warner is the man at third. Jack Middleton is the runner at second. They are the main two that we need to be focused on. Chucky Robinson is at first. Robbie Perkins, 1 and 2. 2 out, bottom of the 12th. Canberra trailing this game by a run. Johnston set. Here's the pitch. Swing in the dirt, but here comes the runners. He gets around, and there it is. There's the throw, and it's high, safe. Game is tied.
And like I said, would you ever try to pick what was going to happen in this game? If you did, you'd be lying.
So let's just recap. With loaded bases, it doesn't matter, because with 2 outs, if you're swinging the balls in the dirt, you get to run. That's what Robbie Perkins did. And because it was a force, that sent Warner home. Noy was on the outside of the line. Warner went to the inside and got to the plate to score. Noy then throws to first, but the throw was high. And Blackstone had to jump for it, and that got Perkins home. We are tied again.
On a dropped third strike.
Kyle Perkins comes up here in the bottom of the 12th.
Now, bear in mind, when we started all this bottom of the 12th,
He
Kyle
was the runner
Perkins
as
was
a
the
second.
runner out there.
Oh my lordy. Oh my lordy.
How do you score that?
It is a drop third strike. And that one is in the dirt. Hey, Chris Coleman, you know me. What are my two favourite things in baseball?
Blown save win.
And what's the other one?
I don't know.
Blown save win and a walk-off walk.
Walk-off walk, yeah. Oh, no, that'd be horrible.
I know, but this night has had so many twists and turns. Bases are loaded. Game is tied again. Oh, my God, I can't take this. 1-0. High. 2-0.
Kyle Perkins, right now, you'd think this pitch, you'd back... Oh, what do you do? Do you have a go at the 2-0? Do you just park the bat on the shoulder? He's shown you two balls that have been nowhere near.
I'll tell you what. Keith Ward.
What do you do?
See Candless on deck. And there is lightning.
There's more lightning.
I'll tell you what, if they pull them off because of that after missing all the rest of them.
Oh, there'll be a riot.
2-0. 2-1. Called strike along the outside.
Well, either the Cavs win it on a walk-off or we go to 13.
Oh, wow. 2-1 on Kyle Perkins. Jack Middleton, the potential winning run, is 90 feet away at third base. Here's the 2-1. Fouled. Oh, just got under that. Fouled back to the screen. 2-2. 2-2 with two out. Bases loaded in a 7-all game in the bottom of the 12th.
You know, I love how we brought the international tiebreaker rules in so we'd get a result in a hurry.
Oh, no. This is the game that will not end. Sorry. 2-2. Johnston set. Pitch to Perkins. Perkins swings through and misses, and we go to 13.
Well, will it be lucky 13 or unlucky 13? We'll find out shortly. We'll take a break to regather our thoughts. We'll come back with the weather radar, the 13th inning, and possibly the end of the world. Who knows what's coming up? This is Cavalry Live.
The Subaru 2019 plate clearance is on right now. Drive away in the XV 2.0i with symmetrical all-wheel drive, now from $31,990. Plus get 2 years limited kilometre free scheduled servicing, but only for a limited time.
Mr. Murray, have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
Callum Murray.
Callum Murray.
Callum Murray.
Let's make it Jack.
Drink it through with Dare iced coffee.
Back here on Cavalry Live. Top of the 13th inning. And there it is. That says it us, but I'm not seeing what that's showing.
Yeah, but now
I'm not even looking at that anymore, Chris Cohen.
I'm just letting people know this is what we are seeing. You can't see there is rain falling. It doesn't get picked up as well by the TV lights, but there is certainly starting to show on the concrete around the concourses now. There is certainly rain starting to show there. And, well, that's what we're getting. There is light rain falling, but we can keep playing in light rain, and they're going to keep playing in light rain. Let's get to what's going on out there as we head into the 13th inning.
It will be Josh McAdams will be the runner at second. It will be Max Brown at first. It will be Baz Noy, Kent Blackstone, Yoni Hernandez.
So can you say that again? Sorry.
So McAdams is the runner at second for the Tuatara. Max Brown is the runner at first. Baz Noy leads off, followed by Blackstone, Yoni Hernandez. Whew. This is now a 4-hour game as we enter into the 13th innings. Chambers. Here's the pitch. High.
This game's starting to enter into the territory of legendary ABL games like the Championship Series decider when Perth won in 13 or 14 innings against Melbourne in 2012.
1-0 is the count on Noy. Here's the pitch from Chambers. Tries the bunt, pops up behind him, foul, third base side, 1-1. Chambers was charging in. Robinson was charging in. And here we go. 1-1 on Basnoy. Here's the pitch. Down he goes to Shape again, and he fouls it off. And he is down 1-2.
So what have we had? We've had 7 runs scored by each side. Only 3 of them earned because of the international tiebreak rules.
Well, see, I don't know.
Yeah, the runners who start on base...
No, they're unearned, but here's the 1-2. That is in the dirt and goes to the back net, Perkins. Oh. And the runners advance. Kyle Perkins,
boy, that was...
Kyle Perkins has just saved this game. The ball got passed on the wild pitch from Chambers. And that advanced McAdams to third, Brown to second. McAdams got a long way round and Perkins thought he'd have a go. As you can see, the rain is getting heavier on our shot. But Robbie had a throw to third and it was high. Kyle Perkins timed his jump perfectly. He was at full extension.
He's saved the game from the Cavalry perspective.
Well, he's kept them in it. They still get to hit.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
This rain is getting noticeably heavier. 2-2. Here's the pitch. High. And you can hear the rain on our roof through our effects mic. It is getting very heavy.
There you go. I'll just turn that up so you can hear that from the outside. That's the rain. It is here. You can see the rain.
I don't know. This is not safe. And that's high ball 4.
That's a walk to Sebastian Noy.
So this may be... And there is lightning following in now. Another one just over the left field fence.
This is heavy rain.
We can play in heavy rain.
No, I'm just...
Oh, hang on. Keith Ward's now coming out. I think he may come out. This might be Keith Ward saying, all right, enough's enough. He's coming out. He's going to talk to his pitcher. He may have someone else ready, but that means the pitcher has to come out and warm up, get a few warm-up throws. So is he taking the ball?
No.
Or is he just having the conversation? No, just having the conversation. I'll see if I can spot anyone.
I see someone up. But that might be as the rain is...
No, the only person who's up in the bullpen is Frank Gailey. He's just standing there. There's nobody actually doing anything. The pitchers in the bullpen have retreated under cover. And here we go. We are now leaving. The Cavalry are leaving the field. I think the umpires are taking them. The umpires are taking the field. The Tuatara absolutely livid.
Well, at the moment we are only in a rain delay.
We are. Look.
Let's just grab a quick break.
We'll take a break. We'll come back because we'll just regroup and see if we can get any news on what's likely to happen here, because we don't have a curfew here in Canberra. We can play until the wee small hours. We've done it in the past. We had a game that went till 1:20 in the morning once because of a rain delay. We'll take a break here on Cavalry Live and come back and watch the rain fall for a little while.
Mr. Murray, have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
This is Callum Murray.
Callum Murray to the seafood aisle. Callum Murray. Why'd they name you that?
I take you. Callum Murray.
Let's make it Jack.
Drink it through with Dare Iced Coffee.
If you're about to make university decisions, make sure you stand out from the crowd. UC is ACT's #1 uni for graduate employment and starting salaries. UC has work placements in every degree. UC is designed specifically for Canberra and the region. Run your own race at the University of Canberra. Apply now, get UC qualified and run circles around the rest.
Behind these doors, people are home. Resting. Settling in. Laughing. These are more than just hotel rooms. They are spaces for living. It's a home away from home, your own abode.
Come home to your Jarrah. For your kind of play, your kind of family, your kind of day, and your kind of neighbourhood. We introduce your kind of community for your kind of value, South Jarrah-Bombra.
Hurry up with that thing. Have you tried the grey cake?
Yeah, I've tried it all. So who are you backing in this game?
With their three-point shooting.
Guys, relax. I got this.
Don't want to miss a second of the action this season? With Tabs Basketball Live Vision, you can stream games and access exclusive previews for free, anytime, anywhere.
Whoa, don't splash the box.
Yeah, don't splash the box.
Who are you backing this NBA season? Tab. Download the app today.
So we are just getting confirmation as to what's going on. So we are officially in a rain delay. The game has not been called. We are in a rain delay. As you can see there, can we make that weather radar a little bit bigger and maybe see if we can zoom out to the next tier? Or am I controlling that, or is that you? Oh, I have control of that. Okay, bear with me. Okay, I might zoom this out a little bit. Just bear with us while we do this. Yeah, because we are in a rain delay. So the rain is not heavy enough for the tarp to be required, but we have had lightning in the area as well. So just let me put where we are on the map, and there we go. So we'll show you this right now. So that's a slightly bigger shot. The problem we have is coming in from the north, up from Murrum Bateman and down through Hall. That is considerably heavier rain, so that will probably require the tarp. My understanding is that we are in a rain delay officially at the moment.
Rain delay, that was what Riley Barrington said. But I'm surprised that there is no tarp.
Well,
at 11 o'clock at night, though, I think half the grounds crew have gone.
Well, do we have enough grounds crew? And I'm looking down now, and I can see water dripping off railings down there at ground level. There's no puddles on the ground yet, and I think that's the thing. It'll be, well, if we get back on, we get back on. If it keeps raining, we're not going to get back on. So what we may do for the time being was, because I really don't think there's much point recapping the game, because as you can see on that radar, there's still plenty of rain to come. That's at least an hour's worth. And I'm just having a look to see if I can get a wider radar on a different screen, off screen. But it's very hard to tell. It may stop in 45 minutes to an hour. It may rain for the next 3. So right now we are in a rain delay. There's not a great deal else we can say at the moment. We may as well just put our feet up and
go and
go from there.
And have a break for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Or I can tell the Cotton Eye Joe joke.
I'm leaving.
I shan't tell the Cotton Eye Joe joke. It's a good one though, but trust me on that. We might tell it later on. But
I just believe it's a tradition of...
It is a tradition of the rain.
No, but it's also a tradition of you and the great Anthony Overs, and I don't want to take your tradition as much hot garbage as it is. But that's all right. We'll just grab a quick break.
Well, no, there's no point taking a break for the minute. We've taken a couple of breaks. We may just leave the.
We'll just leave the feet.
We'll sit here. We'll put our feet up. We'll let you watch the rain radar, which is what a lot of people are doing, and we will advise when we have more details. Well, let's provide an update. As you can see, now the tarps are starting to come down. The tarp onto the pitching mound and the tarp over the home plate area. The weather radar suggests there's plenty more rain still to come. So we are waiting here. I'm not sure. I know there was the two sides had a bit of a coming together, or started a bit of a coming together. I don't know what it was all about.
One side wants to continue playing,
and the other side is saying it's raining.
Now, I don't know if I'm right, but my understanding is when we're in a rain delay, once the rain, it's not about when it slows down, it's when it stops.
Yes, that is my understanding. Rain delay is once you've come off for rain, you then cannot return to play until the rain has completely stopped. Now, the problem could be then that we could wind up with puddles on the infield. If we wind up with water, standing water, then we can't play until that's cleared. If that can't be cleared, and I don't know if there is I don't know what the arrangements are with curfews. There's been discussions. There's no light curfew here. We have had a noise curfew imposed on the ground in the past. But as you can see on your screen there, the rain is still quite heavy. In fact, I reckon it's gotten heavier in the last few minutes. And I think it's going to get even heavier over the next half an hour. But the tarps are down to cover the mound and home plate area. There's not a great deal else we can throw out there at the moment, is there? It's just wait and see.
It's an absolute shame. What an absolute classic of a game this has been. 0-0 at the end of 9 regulation innings. The Tuatara scored 3, then Canberra scored 3. Scoreless 11th. And 4 apiece as I'm looking down. The Tuatara are just in front of their dugout. Canberra are just in front of their dugout. And we are just waiting. I'm looking for the umpires. They're having a conversation.
That rain's definitely getting heavier now, isn't it?
Yep.
There's not a great deal else we can say to you at the moment other than it is wet, it is dark, it is late at night, and I can't throw anything else at you. I've got nothing.
Keith Ward has joined the conversation. I believe that is Steve Mintz over there, the Tuatara manager.
We currently have our external cameras. Are they still? Can we change shot at all, or are they they're undercover? We can go. See. Let's see what the other shot's got at the moment, just out of curiosity. Oh, there we go. So you can see Steve Mintz. That's him in the Tuatara jersey. Keith Ward, obviously with the Ward label on the back, and 2 of the umpires having a conversation. It's a fairly civil-looking conversation by the looks of things.
It looks like that's Riley Barrington and Connor Casey. And that is, as you can see, Chris, look at the water already on the tarp at home plate.
It is starting to pool up there now, and I don't reckon we're too far off the heavy tarp coming out. In case you have just joined us, as was said, we went 9 scoreless innings, and then we saw 3 runs each in the 10th, and then we went a scoreless 11th, and then we saw 4 runs each scored in the 12th. 10th, 11th and 12th were played under international tiebreaker rules. Love them or loathe them. That's what we've got.
And at the moment, the Tuatara have runners at 2nd and 3rd.
And
none out. Maybe we should have a spin.
Oh, no. We're not going there.
Oh, come on.
We're not going there.
Why not?
Because at some stage, baseball will return.
That's all right.
I'm seeing Baz
playing tic-tac-toe on the rain delay.
So who's playing?
I believe it is the Melbourne Aces. Your move.
Oh, it's the Australian Baseball League and the Melbourne Aces are playing Connect 4 on Twitter. If you're a Twitter user, that's something that may keep you entertained. I don't know what the conversation is about down there at ground level, but yeah, as I said, the rules are once it starts raining, you come off. You cannot go back on until it stops raining, and that's not going to happen for a while. Stand by.
We don't have a final decision yet. It is raining. We have the small covers on the field. We haven't pulled the big tarp yet. As you can imagine, if we did pull the big tarp, we'd be done. So we're not going to do that just yet. We're going to wait and see what happens.
Good call there from Matt Percy, the ground announcer, letting us know That we have the small covers on the mound and on...
The real true fans on membership appreciation.
Okay, all right. So just making sure there was nothing else of note in there. But
the covers on the mound and the pitching plate.
So if the big tarp comes on, we're done.
So obviously...
I don't think we're too far off that, frankly. I reckon we're only about 10 minutes of rain away from that. So that's what we've got at the moment. Apologies, we can't give you any more. We could do the Chris and Woz variety show. We could do Ask Woz, or we could just let you have the weather radar once this conversation is finished.
Have some fun, Chris. Have some fun, Chris.
No, it's far too late on a Sunday night for that, or even early on a Monday morning for our friends across the ditch in New Zealand. 7 apiece, top of the 13th, none out. We'll bring you more details when we have them here on Cavalry Live. Okay, now this is a bit of guesswork on our part, but we've seen some handshakes. There are cavalry players heading to the dugout. And Warwick Petherbridge back in the box with me.
Well, Canberra are cleaning out their dugout.
I reckon we might be done here.
The Tuatara players are heading up to their bullpen, I'm assuming, to get their stuff. There we go.
Now just stand by. The other question is, what time do Auckland fly out tomorrow?
more chance. Let's go, come on.
No, I think we are officially done for the night by the sounds of that.
Yes. Diamondbacks.
I have no idea what's going on out there.
Diamondbacks, well done.
And
Diamondbacks, thank you so much for
Well,
coming
at the
out
moment-
on Sunday night. There you go, sir. Don't forget to check us out in Sydney next weekend.
Okay, yep, that is it. That game has been called. So it'll finish as a
7-7 tie.
I guess in the grand scheme of things was, and I know there are no ties in baseball, although
it's just such a shame because it was such a classic game.
This had all the makings of an absolute classic. I was starting to think of that 17 or 18 inning World Series game for the Dodgers. The marathon game in the 2012, or the marathon games in the 2012 ABL Championship Series, that's where this game was starting to head into that sort of territory. The kind of stuff that this game will be remembered for a long, long time. I guess it'll be remembered in the end for many of the wrong reasons, but also for the fact that it finished with the sides unable to be split. I can't throw much else out there, I really can't. I've got very little else that I can put up there.
So, the Tuatara will keep their 1.5 game lead.
They will.
Heading into next weekend. They host the Brisbane Bandits at home for 4 games at the stadium with the Teal Monster.
And what do Canberra go
Canberra
up
travel
Brisbane?
up the road to Sydney.
But
and they play 4 games in Blacktown.
So Canberra will have a one game lead over Brisbane, which is effectively a 2-game lead over Brisbane.
Because they hold the tie-break.
So Canberra, 2 wins for Canberra secures postseason baseball. For Auckland, 1 win. They are 1 win away from securing postseason baseball. Brisbane need to win.
Sweep. They need a sweep.
No, Brisbane can get by with 3 if Sydney win
a couple
against Canberra, I think. Anyway, you'll be able to read all about it on theabl.com.au during the course of the week. Thank you for your company. Wherever you have been watching the game and then putting up with the rain delay, and I think there's still a few hundred people sticking around through this rain delay, thank you very much for your company. It has been most enjoyable. My apologies on behalf of the weather. There's not much else that we can do. And I don't think there's not much else that we can say other than don't know what's going on with regard to postseason coverage. Whether the Cavalry Live team will be a part of that or not remains to be determined, as does the makeup of the ABL postseason. So if this is our last Cavalry Live effort from season 2019-2020, got a bunch of people to thank. There is Sam, there is Cody, there is Tim, there is Nick. Who's on the camera tonight? Steve. Shane is on the camera tonight, and our various other camera operators and personnel during the course of the season. Our commentators in Anthony Overs, Alex Mallion, Warwick Petherbridge, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Always a pleasure to be here. And, of course, Michael, our social media
Michael,
guy.
our social media guru.
We hear he's crook. I hope you're feeling better, mate.
And to everyone involved in the Canberra Cavalry, we hope that there is more Canberra Cavalry baseball to come here in Canberra, whether it be a wildcard game, whether it be a semi-final series, or who knows where the season may end up. We hope that we are able to bring you part of it. But thank you very much for your company and your patience during much of 2019-2020 ABL regular season. The Canberra Cavalry next weekend will be playing 4 games in Sydney up against the Blue Sox. The Auckland Tuatara will be playing 4 games at home at North Harbour Stadium, at Tuatara Park, if you prefer, against the Brisbane Bandits. There is a lot still to play for in this season. We hope you enjoy it next week. But on behalf of everyone involved in Cavalry Live this season, this is Chris Coleman signing off, where we've had the most unusual of occurrences, a game where the points will be split, a 7-all draw, curtailed due to rain.